Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, I was mopping the entryway when the smell hit me sharp, sterile, unmistakable. Not the cleaner I use. It was stronger, more chemical. I looked down. The floorboards near the door were damp, but I hadn't touched that spot yet. The rag in the bucket was bone dry. I knelt to touch the wood and my fingers came back with a faint pink stain. Someone had scrubbed something there, but the bottle under my sink was still sealed, cap crusted shut. The apartment key felt heavier in my palm as I stood there, staring at that damp patch. My landlord had handed it to me with shaking fingers, muttering about how the previous tenant left suddenly. No forwarding address, just vanished. He kept wiping his forehead with a handkerchief that smelled like cigarettes and fear. I walked through the rooms slowly, cataloging what the previous occupant had left behind. A coffee mug on the kitchen counter, lipstick stains still visible on the rim. Women's size 7 shoes by the bedroom door, one missing its lace. A journal tucked between couch cushions, pages filled with elegant handwriting that grew increasingly erratic toward the end. The last entry was just 2 words, repeated over and over, "He knows." The neighbors were eager to talk once they realized I was the new tenant. The woman across the hall clutched her robe tighter when she mentioned the sounds. Furniture being dragged, raised voices that cut through the thin walls, then silence for days. She knocked once, she said, but got no answer. Just that chemical smell seeping under the door. I found myself returning to that stained floorboard every evening. The pink had faded but never completely disappeared. I scrubbed it with different cleaners, tried sanding it down, even painted over it. The stain always returned, like a wound that refused to heal. The building superintendent avoided eye contact when I asked about the previous tenant. He fumbled with his keys, mentioned something about police asking questions, then quickly changed the subject to rent payments and maintenance requests. But I caught him staring at my apartment door sometimes, his face pale and drawn. I discovered the photographs wedged behind the bathroom mirror while replacing a burned-out bulb. Polaroids of a woman with dark hair and nervous eyes. In the first few, she was smiling. In the later ones, she looked over her shoulder, as if watching for someone. The final photo showed only her reflection in this very mirror, but something was wrong with her expression. Fear had replaced all other emotions. The journal entries painted a picture of escalating paranoia. She wrote about feeling watched, about her boyfriend's questions becoming interrogations, about missing work because of unexplained bruises, about calling her sister less frequently because she was tired of making excuses. The handwriting deteriorated with each entry, becoming jagged and desperate. Her sister called the landlord looking for her. I listened from my peephole as he explained that she had moved out voluntarily, taken all her belongings, but I had seen what she left behind. The sister's voice broke as she described missed family gatherings, unanswered messages, a birthday that passed without acknowledgement. She had filed a missing person report, but adults were allowed to disappear if they chose to. I started researching disappearances, missing women whose cases went cold. The statistics were staggering, but the stories blended together until they became background noise. How many had scrubbed floors with bleach before vanishing? How many had left behind journals filled with fear? The breakthrough came when I found the receipt. It had fallen behind the refrigerator, dated just days before her disappearance. Industrial strength bleach from a hardware store across town. The kind used for serious cleaning jobs, not regular housework. Someone had written a phone number on the back in faint pencil. I called the number. A man answered, voice smooth and familiar. He claimed not to remember selling bleach to anyone matching her description, but when I mentioned the address, his breathing changed. He hung up before I could ask more questions. The realization crept over me slowly, like cold water rising. I had been living in a crime scene, sleeping in a bed where someone had planned and possibly committed murder. The pink stain wasn't just evidence of cleaning, it was proof of desperation. Someone had tried to erase what happened here but couldn't eliminate every trace. I confronted the landlord with the photographs and journal entries. His face crumpled as he admitted knowing more than he had revealed. She had asked him for help, shown him bruises, begged him to change the locks. But her boyfriend had keys too, had paid the first year's rent in cash. The landlord had chosen profit over protection. The police reopened the case, but evidence was contaminated. Too many people had lived in the apartment since her disappearance. The bleach had done its job too well. They questioned the boyfriend, but he had an alibi for the night she vanished. Friends who swore he was with them, credit card receipts that placed him elsewhere. But I knew what I had found. The photographs, the journal, the desperate scrubbing that left permanent stains. Someone had died in my apartment, and someone else had worked frantically to cover it up. The truth lived in those floorboards, in that chemical smell that never quite faded. I moved out within the month, but sometimes I drive by the building and wonder who lives there now. Whether they notice the stain that always returns. Whether they find themselves scrubbing floors at night, trying to wash away evidence of something they don't fully understand. The case remains officially unsolved. Her sister still calls the police periodically, still posts her photograph on social media with pleas for information. But I carry the real evidence with me, the knowledge that justice isn't always served, that truth can be bleached away but never completely erased. The apartment has new tenants now. I wonder if they smell it too. Crime 2, I keep things in the same place, cans on the left, boxes on the right, labels out. I don't even think about it anymore. But today everything was reversed. All the cans were flipped, turned toward the wall. The boxes were upside down. In the back corner, the cereal bag had been sliced open, not torn, but cut clean like with a razor. I never keep blades in the kitchen. I keep them locked away, or at least I thought I did. The kitchen smelled wrong, not spoiled food or cleaning chemicals, but something metallic and sharp, like pennies left in a pocket too long. I touched the cereal bag where it had been cut. The edges were perfect, surgical almost. My fingers came away dusty with crumbs, but underneath was something sticky I couldn't identify. I found the first recording device wedged behind the sugar canister. Small, black, still warm to the touch. The red light wasn't blinking anymore, but the memory card was full. 37 hours of audio. I sat at my kitchen table and listened to my own voice, my own footsteps, my own life played back in fragments I didn't remember living. The recording started 3 weeks ago. I heard myself talking to someone I couldn't place, a woman with a voice like gravel asking questions about schedules, routines, when I came and went. I heard myself answering willingly, even eagerly, but I don't remember these conversations. The voice in the recording sounded like me, but the words felt foreign, like lines from a script I'd never read. On day 12 of the recordings, there was silence for 6 hours straight. Then footsteps that weren't mine, moving through rooms I wasn't in. Someone was in my house while I slept, or while I was gone, or while I was somewhere else entirely. The footsteps were careful, methodical, like they knew exactly where to step to avoid the creaking boards. I found the second device in my bedroom, tucked inside the lamp shade. This one had video, frame after frame of me sleeping, but not alone. A figure sat in the corner chair, watching, sometimes for minutes, sometimes for hours. The timestamp showed these vigils happened on nights I remembered as restful, peaceful even. Nights I woke feeling refreshed, like I'd slept better than usual. The figure never moved much, just sat and observed. In one clip they reached toward the bedside table and picked up something small, a pill bottle I didn't recognize. They shook it gently near their ear, listening to the rattle inside, then returned it to exactly the same spot. When I checked the table later, there was no bottle there. There never had been. I started finding gaps in my memory that matched the gaps in the recordings. Entire afternoons where I couldn't account for my whereabouts. Conversations I supposedly had but couldn't recall. Purchases on my credit card for items I didn't own and couldn't find. The bank statements showed a pattern of small withdrawals, always the same amount, always on days I supposedly stayed home. The woman with the gravel voice appeared again on day 22. This time she wasn't asking questions, she was giving instructions. My recorded voice responded with perfect compliance, agreeing to things I would never agree to. Arrangements were made, meetings planned, times and places discussed with the casual familiarity of old friends, though I was certain I'd never heard her voice before these recordings. I tried to trace the devices, find out who placed them, but they were clean, no fingerprints, no serial numbers, nothing that could lead back to a source. Whoever put them there knew what they were doing. They also knew me well enough to predict my habits, my movements, even my sleeping patterns, too well. The breakthrough came when I found the notebook hidden inside my own handwriting. Pages and pages of observations about my own life, written in my own hand, but documenting things from an outside perspective. Notes about my vulnerabilities, my routines, even detailed descriptions of how I would react to certain scenarios. It read like a psychological profile, clinical and detached, as if I were a subject being studied rather than the person writing the observations. Some entries were dated from years ago, long before the recording devices appeared. The handwriting evolved over time, becoming more confident, more precise. Whoever wrote these entries had been watching me for much longer than I'd realized. They knew things about me that I'd forgotten about myself. Childhood fears, old injuries, the way I organize my thoughts when I'm anxious. But the handwriting was unmistakably mine. Every loop, every slant, every peculiar way I crossed my T's. I compared it to old journals, shopping lists, anything with my writing on it. Perfect matches, down to the way I dotted my I's when I was being careful versus when I was in a hurry. The final recording was made last night. I listened to myself having a phone conversation with someone about meeting them today. The voice on the other end was the gravel-voiced woman, but she was different now, warmer, more familiar, like we'd known each other for years. They discussed details about what would happen, about how I would understand everything soon, about how I was ready for the next phase. I don't remember making that call. I don't remember agreeing to meet anyone, but my phone records confirm it. The number belongs to someone I supposedly know well, someone I've been calling regularly for months. When I dialed it back, it went straight to a voicemail message in my own voice, welcoming callers to leave a message for someone with my name. The pantry wasn't just rearranged. It was organized the way someone else thought I would organize it if I were a different person entirely. Someone had been practicing being me, learning my patterns so they could replicate them perfectly. Or maybe I had been practicing being someone else, someone I couldn't remember being. I'm sitting here now, waiting for someone to arrive for a meeting I don't remember scheduling. The recording devices are gone. I removed them all, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm still being watched. Maybe by the person who placed them, or maybe by the person who's been taking notes in my handwriting for years. The cut in the cereal bag was made from the inside, not the outside. Someone had been in there, hidden, waiting, watching me organize my pantry the way I always do. The real question isn't who's been watching me. The real question is whether the person being watched is really me at all. Crime 3, I never fold the throw blanket. I toss it over the couch when I'm done with it. But this morning it was folded into a perfect square, creased, aligned, resting dead center on the cushion. On top of it sat a single coin. Old, worn smooth. I don't collect coins. I don't carry change. When I lifted the blanket, there were fine scratches on the leather underneath, like nails had dragged in slow circles. The coin felt heavier than it should have. The metal was warm against my palm, as if someone had been holding it for a long while before placing it there. I turned it over. The face was too worn to make out completely, but I could trace the outline of what might have been a woman's profile. The other side showed fragments of text I couldn't read. I set the coin on the kitchen counter and made coffee. The ritual helped steady my hands. Steam rose from the mug, carrying that familiar bitter scent, but underneath it lingered something else. Something floral and cloying. Perfume, maybe. Not mine. I don't wear perfume. The apartment felt different, not violated exactly, but observed. Like the furniture had been studying me while I slept. I walked through each room, checking windows, testing locks, everything secure, nothing missing. But in the bedroom, the mirror on the dresser had been angled differently, just slightly, enough that it no longer reflected the bed, but the doorway instead. I called the building manager. He answered on the 6th ring, his voice thick with sleep or something stronger. Anyone been in my unit? What kind of question is that? Maintenance repairs, anyone with a key. Not without your permission. What's this about? I described the blanket, the coin, the perfume smell. He listened without interrupting, then made a sound between a sigh and a laugh. You sure you didn't fold it yourself? Sometimes we do things and forget. Muscle memory. I don't fold blankets. Maybe a friend stopped by, someone you gave a key to. I hadn't given anyone a key. I told him this. Look, I'll check the logs, see if any of my guys mentioned your unit. But honestly, it sounds like you're overthinking this. After hanging up, I examined the coin under the desk lamp. The warmth had faded, leaving it cold and slightly oily. Under magnification, I could make out part of a date, 18-something. The woman's profile became clearer too, stern features, hair pulled back severely. This wasn't a standard currency coin. It looked more like a commemorative piece, or maybe something personal, a token. I placed it back on the counter and went to work, but concentration proved impossible. Every sound in the office seemed amplified, keyboards clicking, phones ringing, conversations bleeding together into white noise. I kept touching my pocket where I'd put the coin, feeling its outline through the fabric. During lunch, I visited the local coin shop. The owner, an elderly man with thick glasses, examined it under his own magnifying equipment. Interesting piece, looks like a mourning token, 19th century. People used to have these made when someone died. See how it's worn smooth? Someone carried this for years. And what's it worth? Monetarily, not much. Sentimentally, depends on who it belonged to. Well, he handed it back. Where'd you find it? I didn't answer directly. Instead, I asked if he'd seen anyone recently asking about similar coins. He shook his head, but something in his expression shifted. A flicker of recognition, quickly suppressed. You know, now that I think about it, someone did come in last week. Older woman, asked about mourning tokens specifically. Said she was looking for one that belonged to her grandmother. Did she buy anything? No, but she seemed disappointed when I told her I didn't have any in stock. He described the woman, medium height, gray hair, wearing a floral perfume that was almost overwhelming. The same cloying scent I'd detected in my apartment. I spent the afternoon researching mourning tokens online. The tradition dated back to the Victorian era when death was more openly acknowledged and grieved. Families would commission small metal pieces to commemorate the deceased, often carrying them for years as a form of remembrance. The tokens usually bore the person's name, dates, and sometimes a portrait or symbol. But this one was different. The inscription was too worn to read completely, and the woman's face seemed deliberately obscured, as if someone had rubbed it smooth over decades of handling. That evening I returned to find my apartment exactly as I'd left it. The coin sat where I'd placed it on the counter, untouched, but as I prepared dinner I noticed something else out of place. The salt shaker had been moved, just an inch to the left, but I always keep it aligned with the pepper shaker. Always. I ate mechanically, tasting nothing. The floral scent seemed stronger now, concentrated near the living room. I traced it to the couch where the blanket had been folded. The cushions retained a faint impression, as if someone had been sitting there recently. The leather was still slightly warm. Sleep came fitfully. I woke several times to sounds that might have been footsteps in the hallway or settling wood in the walls. Each time I checked the locks, the windows, the mirror. Everything remained undisturbed, yet the feeling of being watched persisted. The next morning brought no folded blanket, but something else had changed. A photograph on my bookshelf, one I rarely looked at, had been turned face down. When I righted it, I stared at the image for a long moment. It showed me with my grandmother at my college graduation, both of us smiling. She died 2 years later, and I'd kept very few pictures of her. In the photo, she wore a floral perfume I'd forgotten about, the same cloying sweetness now permeating my apartment. I pulled out my phone and called my mother. Did Grandma ever have any mourning tokens, old coins or medals? That's a strange question. Why? I explained about finding the coin, leaving out the other details. She had a few family heirlooms, old jewelry, some coins. I think there was a mourning piece for her own grandmother. She used to carry it in her purse. What happened to her things? Most of it went to you, actually. Boxes in your storage unit, don't you remember? I didn't remember. After the funeral, the family had divided her possessions, but I'd been in a fog of grief and graduate school stress. Boxes had been delivered to a storage facility, and I'd never gone through them properly. The storage unit was across town, in a facility that smelled of dust and rust. My grandmother's boxes sat in the corner, exactly where the movers had placed them years ago. The tape on the first box pulled away easily, as if it had been opened recently. Inside, wrapped in tissue paper, I found familiar objects: her jewelry box, a set of china, photo albums, and at the bottom a small velvet pouch. The pouch contained several coins, but one space was empty. The indentation in the velvet matched the size and shape of the coin now sitting on my kitchen counter. I sat on the storage unit floor, holding the empty pouch, trying to remember. Had I taken the coin years ago and forgotten? Had it been in my apartment all along, somehow lost and recently found? But that didn't explain the folded blanket, the moved objects, the perfume scent. I drove home with the pouch in my pocket, the weight of it matching the coin perfectly. As I climbed the stairs to my apartment, I caught sight of my neighbor across the hall, an older woman I'd seen occasionally but never spoken to. She was closing her door, but not before I glimpsed the interior of her apartment: floral wallpaper, antique furniture. and on a table by the door, several small objects that gleamed like metal. Our eyes met briefly. She smiled, a gentle expression that didn't quite reach her eyes, and disappeared behind her door. Inside my apartment, the coin still sat on the counter, but now it seemed different, less foreign, more like it belonged there, like it had always been there, waiting for me to notice. I placed the velvet pouch beside it, a perfect match. The floral scent was fading now, or maybe I was growing accustomed to it. The apartment felt normal again, familiar, mine. But as I folded the throw blanket carefully, precisely, into a perfect square, I wondered if normal was something I'd ever truly understand again. Some truths are too complex for simple explanations. Some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. The coin watches me from the counter, warm to the touch, heavy with history, and sometimes, when the light catches it just right, I think I can almost make out the inscription, almost read the name worn smooth by decades of worried fingers. Almost, but never quite completely. Crime 4, I always leave it open, always. I don't like not seeing what's behind it. But when I walked into the bathroom, it was fully shut, tight against the tile. I stood still. The air was humid, but the floor was dry. I reached out, pulled the curtain back in one sharp motion. Nothing inside, just droplets on the wall, freshly slid down. And on the corner of the tub, the soap was gone. I haven't replaced it yet. That was 3 weeks ago, the same day they found her car abandoned by the highway, keys still in the ignition, purse on the passenger seat. The same day I realized I couldn't remember what we'd talked about during our last phone call. The words seemed to slip away whenever I tried to grasp them, like water through my fingers. I've been going through her things, not because anyone asked me to, but because I need to understand. The police finished their initial sweep, took what they needed, left the rest for me to sort through. Her apartment still smells like her perfume, that vanilla scent that used to make me feel safe. Now it makes my throat tight. In her desk drawer I found a notebook, her handwriting neat and careful like always, but the entries are strange. Names I don't recognize, addresses I can't place, and phone numbers, lots of them with little marks next to some. Check marks, X's, question marks, like she was keeping score of something. One entry caught my attention. It was dated just 2 days before she disappeared. He knows I know. The pattern is too obvious now. Same soap, same brand every single time. How did I not see it before? I read it again, then again. My hands started shaking because I remembered something. The soap in my shower, the one that went missing. It was the same brand she always used. The same brand I'd never bought in my life. I called her best friend, asked about the notebook, about whether she'd been acting strange lately. The friend's voice got quiet. She'd been asking weird questions, she said. About you, about your routines, when you came home, when you left. She wanted to know if I'd ever been to your place when you weren't there. The line went silent for a moment. Then she added, she was scared of something or someone, but she wouldn't tell me who. I hung up and walked back to my bathroom, stared at the empty corner of the tub where the soap used to be, tried to remember the last time I'd actually bought soap, tried to remember when I'd started finding my shower curtain closed. The thing is, I live alone. I've lived alone for 2 years. The building manager has a key, but he's never used it. The windows are all locked, second floor, no fire escape. No one else should be able to get in. But someone had been getting in. I started checking other things. The milk in my refrigerator, the expiration date was different than I remembered. The position of my coffee mug on the counter, always slightly to the left when I was sure I'd left it centered. The indent on my couch cushion, shaped like someone smaller than me had been sitting there. I found her spare key in my kitchen drawer, the one she'd given me months ago for emergencies. I don't remember putting it there. I keep my keys on a hook by the door, always have. But there it was, nestled between the can opener and the measuring spoons like it belonged. That's when I started remembering things differently. Our last conversation, the one I couldn't recall clearly. She'd been asking about my schedule, when I worked late, when I went to the gym. I thought she was being friendly, maybe planning a surprise, but her voice had sounded strained, careful, like she was reading from a script. I went through my phone, checked our text messages. The last one from her was strange. Thanks for understanding. I know this is hard, but it's the only way to be sure. I don't remember what she was thanking me for. I don't remember what I was supposed to understand. The police detective called yesterday. They'd found something in her car, wedged under the driver's seat. A recording device, small and digital. The kind you'd use to document evidence. They're analyzing it now, but they wanted to know if I had any idea why she might have been recording conversations. I told them I didn't know, but my voice sounded hollow, even to me. Because I'd found something too, in my bedroom closet behind the winter coats I never wear, a box I didn't recognize filled with photographs, pictures of my building, my car, my windows, pictures of me leaving for work, coming home, talking to neighbors, dozens of them taken over weeks, maybe months. They were all taken by the same camera, her camera, the one she used for her photography hobby, the one she was always carrying around. At the bottom of the box was a letter addressed to no one, her handwriting but shaky, rushed. I don't know how long I've been doing this. I don't know when it started or why, but I can't stop. Every time I try to stay away, I find myself back here in his space, touching his things. The soap is always the same brand. I buy it without thinking. I use his shower like it's mine. I know his schedule better than my own. I know this is wrong, but I can't remember choosing to do it. It's like I'm watching someone else live my life. The letter ended mid-sentence, just stopped like she'd been interrupted. I'm sitting in my living room now, staring at that box. The police don't know about it yet. I keep telling myself I should call them, turn it over as evidence, but something stops me every time I reach for the phone. Because I'm starting to remember other things. The way she'd smile when I mentioned being tired, like she knew something I didn't. The way she'd ask about my dreams, whether I slept well, whether I ever felt like someone had been in my space while I was gone. And I'm starting to wonder if the person who's been coming into my apartment, using my shower, moving my things, was really her at all. Or if it was me going to her place, learning her routines, copying her patterns, becoming someone I don't recognize. The shower curtain is closed again. I haven't been in the bathroom since this morning, but it's closed. And there's a new bar of soap on the corner of the tub, the same brand she always used. I haven't bought soap in weeks. Crime 5, I turned it on to clear the air. It started spinning the wrong way, counterclockwise. I watched it for a moment, then switched it off and back on. Same thing. The blades moved slowly, humming low. The air felt heavy, like it was pulling inward instead of pushing out. When I stepped beneath it, the draft stopped completely. I looked up, and for a moment, it felt like something was looking down. The apartment had been empty for weeks. The landlord called me because nobody else would take the case. Missing tenant, unpaid rent, personal belongings scattered everywhere like someone had left in the middle of doing something important. The previous investigator quit after one visit, said it gave him the creeps. I thought he was being dramatic. The smell hit me first when I walked through the door, not decay or anything obvious. Something metallic mixed with vanilla candles that had burned too long. The kind of scent that clings to your clothes and follows you home. I opened every window, but the air wouldn't move properly. That's when I noticed the fan. Her name was on the lease, but everyone called her by a nickname that nobody could explain. The neighbors described a quiet woman who worked strange hours and always carried a small recorder. She documented everything they said, conversations, phone calls, even her own thoughts. The landlord found dozens of cassette tapes in her bedroom drawer, each one labeled with dates but no other identifying information. I played the first tape. Her voice was soft, methodical. She talked about patterns she'd noticed in her building, people coming and going at unusual times, sounds that didn't match the activities they claimed to be doing. She mentioned feeling watched, but not in a paranoid way, more like an investigator who'd stumbled onto something bigger than expected. The second tape was different. Her breathing sounded labored, like she was walking while recording. She described following someone down to the basement storage area. The footsteps she was tracking suddenly stopped, but when she reached the bottom of the stairs, nobody was there. Just rows of locked units and the mechanical hum of building systems. She mentioned hearing her own voice echoing back from somewhere she couldn't identify. I checked the basement myself. The storage units were mostly empty, covered in dust that showed recent disturbance. Footprints led to the far corner where a ventilation grate had been removed and never replaced properly. Behind it, the ductwork connected to every apartment in the building. Someone small enough could crawl through the entire system, accessing any unit without using doors or windows. The building manager showed me the maintenance logs, several complaints about strange noises in the walls, but every inspection came back clean. The previous tenant had filed more reports than anyone else. She claimed someone was entering her apartment while she was gone, not to steal anything, but to watch her recordings. She'd marked the tapes in specific positions and find them moved when she returned. Her final recordings were the most disturbing. She'd started sleeping with the recorder running, trying to capture evidence of nighttime intrusions. The tapes from her last week contained hours of her sleeping, interrupted by sounds that were almost human but not quite right, breathing that was too steady, footsteps that were too careful, the soft click of her own recorder being stopped and started by hands that weren't hers. On the last tape, she whispered about discovering who was watching her. She'd figured out the pattern, identified the person responsible. She planned to confront them the next morning. The recording ended with the sound of her apartment door opening and closing, but the building manager swore nobody had the key except maintenance staff. I interviewed every tenant, every worker who'd accessed the building recently. Their stories were consistent, helpful, unremarkable, but when I played back my own recorded interviews, something was wrong. Background sounds that didn't match the rooms we'd been in. Voices that seemed to respond to questions I hadn't asked yet. My recorder was picking up conversations that weren't happening. The maintenance worker was especially cooperative. He showed me every entry point, every access route, explained the building's layout in detail. He mentioned that the previous tenant had been asking similar questions, taking pictures of the same areas I was investigating. He seemed genuinely concerned about her disappearance and eager to help solve the mystery. But when I checked the maintenance logs again, his signature appeared on work orders for dates when the building manager insisted no maintenance had been scheduled. Equipment repairs that tenants never requested. Late-night emergency calls that nobody remembered making. His access to the building was documented and frequent, but the reasons kept changing when I asked for clarification. I found her final hiding place by accident. A loose panel behind her bathroom mirror revealed a small cavity where she'd hidden her most important recordings. These tapes were different. They contained her real investigation, the one she hadn't trusted to leave in her drawer. She'd been tracking someone who used the building's infrastructure to monitor multiple tenants, someone who had master access and knew everyone's schedule. The recordings captured conversations between her and someone she trusted, someone who'd helped her understand the building's layout, who'd given her access to areas she couldn't reach alone, someone who'd encouraged her investigation while simultaneously ensuring it would never be completed. The voice was familiar, patient, helpful. The same voice that had been so eager to assist my own investigation. I sat in her empty apartment as the fan continued its backward rotation above me. The metal blades caught the light strangely, casting shadows that moved against their natural direction. I understood now why the previous investigator had quit. The answer was obvious, but accepting it meant acknowledging how easily someone could watch, listen, and manipulate without ever being suspected. The maintenance logs, the access records, the helpful cooperation during my investigation. Everything had been carefully documented by someone who controlled both the evidence and the official response to it. Someone who understood that the best place to hide was inside the investigation itself. I packed my equipment and left the apartment. The case would be marked unsolved, filed away with dozens of others that followed similar patterns. But I knew the truth now, even if I couldn't prove it. The fan kept spinning in reverse, pulling air downward instead of pushing it away. Some systems are designed to work backward, drawing everything inward where it can be contained and controlled. The building manager called the next week to thank me for my thorough investigation. He mentioned that they'd finally found a new tenant for the vacant unit, someone quiet and responsible who worked in building maintenance, someone who understood the importance of keeping detailed records. Crime 6, I sat on the edge and heard a creak, sharp, unfamiliar. I leaned down to check the leg, and that's when I saw them. 4 new screws, cleaner than the rest, silver instead of black, different size, different angle. I didn't install them, I don't even own that type. I followed the base around to the headboard. Something had been carved into the wood, low and small, just above the floor. 3 digits, etched in with pressure, deep enough to catch dust. The bedroom felt different after that, not just the screws, but everything. The way the light hit the corner where the carpet pulled up slightly, the faint smell of something metallic that hadn't been there before. I pressed my palm against the carved numbers, feeling the roughness where someone had worked the wood with something sharp. The digits were precise, deliberate, not random scratches. My tenant had moved out 2 weeks ago. Left without notice, rent paid through the month, but gone overnight. I'd found the apartment clean, almost sterile. Too clean for someone who'd lived there 8 months. The walls had been wiped down, baseboards scrubbed, even the light switches looked polished. But bed frames are heavy, awkward things, hard to move alone. I called the previous tenant's emergency contact, a woman who claimed to be a sister. Her voice carried a tension that made my chest tighten. She spoke in short sentences, each word carefully chosen. No, she hadn't heard from him. No, she didn't know where he'd gone. Yes, he'd seemed different lately. Quieter. When I mentioned the numbers carved into the wood, the line went quiet for so long I thought she'd hung up. "What numbers?" she finally asked. I told her 3 digits. She made a sound like air leaving a balloon. "That's a date," she whispered, "the day our mother died." The apartment felt smaller after that conversation. I found myself returning to the bedroom, running my fingers along the carved numbers, trying to understand what had happened in that room. The smell grew stronger each time I visited. Not decay, but something chemical, sharp, like cleaning products mixed with something else I couldn't identify. I started checking the other rooms more carefully. In the bathroom, the grout around the tub had been redone recently. Fresh, white, perfect, but grout takes skill to apply that smoothly. My tenant worked in retail, had no construction experience I knew of. I pressed my fingernail against the new grout and felt it give slightly, still soft, recent work. The kitchen told a different story. scratches on the linoleum near the refrigerator as if something heavy had been dragged across the floor. The scratches followed a path from the counter to the back door, straight lines that spoke of weight and urgency. I knelt and touched the deepest groove, feeling the jagged edge where something had caught and torn. Behind the refrigerator, I found a phone. Not a smartphone, an old flip model, the kind people buy when they want to stay off the grid. The battery was dead, but when I plugged it in, it came to life with a dozen missed calls from the same number. I recognized the area code, local. The voicemails painted a picture I didn't want to see. A man's voice growing more desperate with each message, talking about money, about promises, about running out of time. The last message was different, just breathing, heavy and deliberate, followed by 3 words, "I found you." I sat in the empty apartment as shadows lengthened across the floor, holding a phone that didn't belong to me, listening to threats meant for someone who'd vanished. The carved numbers seemed to watch me from the bedroom, waiting for me to understand their significance. The smell had spread to other rooms now, or maybe I was just more aware of it, sweet and sharp like flowers left too long in water. The police took the phone when I called them. They listened to my story with the practiced patience of people who'd heard stranger things. They photographed the screws, the carved numbers, the fresh grout. They asked questions I couldn't answer and took notes in a small book that looked full of other people's mysteries. But they didn't find him, didn't find any trace of where he'd gone or what had happened in that bedroom. The investigation stalled after a few weeks, filed away with other cases that raised more questions than they answered. The apartment was cleaned, the bed frame removed, the carpet replaced. New tenants moved in, a young couple who complained about strange smells in the bathroom. I never told them about the numbers, never mentioned the phone or the voicemails or the way the room felt different after dark. Some stories are too heavy to share, too complicated to explain. But I kept the photo I'd taken of those 3 digits, carved deep into wood by someone who needed to remember a date that meant everything to them. The sister never called back. I tried the number several times, but it went straight to a disconnected message. Like she'd vanished too, dissolved into the same silence that had swallowed my tenant. Maybe they were together somewhere, carrying their secrets to a place where carved numbers couldn't follow them. But late at night, when the building settles and pipes tick in the walls, I wonder if I got it backwards. Maybe those numbers weren't about remembering. Maybe they were about forgetting. Maybe some dates are so heavy they have to be carved into something solid, trapped in wood where they can't escape to haunt the living. The new tenants are quiet, respectful. They pay rent on time and keep the apartment clean. But sometimes I catch them looking at me strangely, as if they sense something I haven't told them. As if they know their home carries the weight of unanswered questions, of a story that ended before anyone understood how it began. I still have the photograph, 3 digits carved deep, catching dust and light and all the secrets that came before. Some evidence doesn't lead to answers. Sometimes it just leads to more questions, deeper mysteries, truths too sharp to hold without cutting yourself on their edges. Crime 7, I was weeding along the back edge of the yard when my hand slipped between 2 boards. Not the usual narrow space, this one was wide, hollow. I pulled the grass aside and found it, a gap cut into the fence, covered from behind with a sheet of dark plastic. Folded neatly at the base was a torn shirt sleeve, crusted with dried mud. I pushed the panel back into place. Later, when I went to check again, the gap was gone. The boards had been nailed shut. The smell hit me first when I bent down to examine the fresh nail heads, something metallic mixed with damp earth like pennies left in wet soil. My neighbor had been acting strange lately, quick conversations over the fence that ended abruptly when I approached, packages delivered at odd hours that disappeared within minutes. I'd noticed the way she avoided eye contact during our brief exchanges, how her hands would fidget with whatever she was holding. That torn sleeve kept circling through my thoughts. The fabric was thick, like work clothing, and the mud had dried in peculiar patterns, not the random splashes you'd expect from gardening or yard work, but deliberate streaks that suggested something had been dragged across rough ground. The plastic sheet behind the fence panel wasn't weathered like something left outside. It was clean, purposeful, recently placed. I started paying closer attention to the sounds from next door. Footsteps in the backyard during the quiet hours before dawn, the soft scrape of metal against wood, muffled conversations that stopped whenever a car passed on the street. Once I heard what sounded like someone crying deep, broken sobs that cut through the night air and made my skin prickle with unease. The woman next door had lived there for years, but I realized I knew almost nothing about her personal life. No regular visitors, no family photos visible through windows, no signs of the usual domestic rhythms that mark a settled life. She worked from home, kept irregular hours, and maintained her property with obsessive precision. Everything always looked perfect from the outside. I began finding small things in my yard that didn't belong. A single rubber glove caught in my rose bushes. A fragment of rope twisted around the base of my fence post. A small plastic bag containing what looked like torn pieces of paper, too damaged by moisture to read clearly. Each discovery felt deliberate, like breadcrumbs scattered by someone who wanted to be followed but couldn't risk being direct. The local police logs started making more sense when I viewed them through this new lens of suspicion. Missing person reports from the surrounding area, cases that went cold after initial investigations, patterns that only became visible when you knew what to look for. People described as transient or troubled who vanished without explanation, their disappearances rationalized by assumptions about their lifestyle choices. I called the police twice. The first officer who responded was polite but dismissive. No evidence of wrongdoing, no signs of disturbance, just a concerned neighbor with an overactive imagination. The second visit came after I mentioned the missing persons cases. This officer took notes, asked more questions, but ultimately suggested I was connecting unrelated incidents into a narrative that probably didn't exist. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was being hidden in plain sight. The way delivery trucks lingered longer than necessary, the carefully maintained appearance of normalcy that felt increasingly performative, the small inconsistencies that accumulated into a picture of deliberate deception. Someone was working very hard to appear ordinary, and that effort itself was what made them suspicious. I started documenting everything. Photographs of the fence repairs, recordings of unusual sounds, notes about changes in routine or behavior. The evidence folder grew thicker, but none of it felt substantial enough to convince anyone else. Circumstantial observations, unexplained coincidences, the kind of details that made perfect sense to me, but sounded paranoid when spoken aloud. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A former postal worker mentioned during casual conversation that mail delivery to the house next door had always been unusual. Packages arrived regularly, but never seemed to generate outgoing mail. No utility bills, no personal correspondence, nothing that suggested normal residential activity. The current resident had lived there for years, but maintained no visible connection to the broader community. I realized I was afraid to investigate further, not because of what I might find, but because of what it might reveal about my own role in whatever was happening. How long had I been living next to something terrible? What did my failure to act sooner make me complicit in? The comfortable blindness of suburban life suddenly felt like moral cowardice. The fence gap reappeared one morning after a heavy rain. This time I didn't hesitate. I pushed through the opening and found myself in a space that should have been part of my neighbor's backyard, but felt entirely different. The ground was disturbed in ways that suggested frequent digging and refilling. Several areas were marked with small, inconspicuous stones arranged in patterns that looked accidental but felt intentional. Standing there in that hidden space, I understood that I had stumbled onto something much larger than a simple crime. This was a system, a process that had been operating for years under the cover of suburban normalcy. The missing persons, the careful maintenance of appearances, the strategic use of community blindness, all of it designed to make the invisible stay invisible. I never reported what I found in that space behind the fence. By the time I worked up the courage to return with my camera, everything had been cleaned up, covered over, made to look like nothing had ever been disturbed. My neighbor moved away without notice, leaving behind a house that sold quickly to buyers who seemed unusually eager to renovate everything immediately. Sometimes I wonder if I could have prevented something by acting sooner, by pushing harder when the authorities were dismissive, by trusting my instincts instead of second-guessing myself into inaction. But mostly I think about how easy it was for something terrible to exist right next to normal life, hidden by nothing more complicated than the assumption that monsters don't live in ordinary houses on quiet streets. The new neighbors seem pleasant enough. They wave when they see me in the yard, maintain their property well, keep to themselves in ways that appear completely normal. But I find myself paying attention to sounds that carry over the fence, watching for patterns in their routines, noting when packages arrive and how quickly they disappear. Because now I know that the most dangerous secrets aren't buried in remote places or hidden in abandoned buildings. They're concealed behind fresh paint and well-trimmed hedges, protected by the collective desire to believe that evil announces itself clearly and lives somewhere else, anywhere but next door. Crime 8, I sat down to write and noticed the keyboard felt different. The texture was rougher, like someone had replaced a few keys. I looked closer. The H, the R, and the U keys had been swapped, same shape, wrong font. The letters were slightly misaligned. I popped one off. Underneath was a folded piece of paper wedged into the mechanism. I unfolded it. 3 lines, 1 word per line, each written in red pencil. I burned it without reading it out loud. But I couldn't stop thinking about those 3 words. They haunted my sleep, whispered themselves into my morning coffee routine, followed me through every mundane task. The red pencil marks had been deliberate, careful. Someone had taken their time, someone who knew I would find them. I started retracing the keyboard's history. I'd bought it second-hand from an estate sale 3 months ago. The woman selling it had nervous hands, kept wrapping and unwrapping the cord while we talked. She mentioned her brother had used it for his writing. Past tense, always past tense when she spoke about him. The receipt was still in my drawer. I called the number she'd written on the back. No answer. I drove to the address instead. The house sat empty now, windows covered with newspaper from the inside. A neighbor emerged from across the street as I stood there, studying the dead lawn and the mailbox hanging by one screw. "You looking for her?" the neighbor asked. Her voice carried the weight of someone who'd been watching, waiting to tell someone what she'd seen. She moved out right after the sale, middle of the night, packed everything into a rental truck and drove off. I asked about the brother. "Oh, him." She glanced back at her own house, then stepped closer. Found him in his office chair, still facing that computer. Been there for days before anyone noticed. The smell finally brought the police. The official report listed it as natural causes, heart failure, but the neighbor's eyes told a different story. She kept looking at the upstairs window, the one with the newspaper taped crooked across the glass. "He was writing something," she whispered. "The police said they found pages and pages of notes, all in red pencil. Some kind of confession, they thought, but it didn't make sense. Just words scattered across paper like someone was trying to solve a puzzle." I went home and examined the keyboard again. Under better lighting, I could see faint indentations on other keys, pressure marks. Someone had typed with unusual force, as if trying to push through the keys themselves. I ran my fingers across the surface and felt the ghost of someone else's rhythm. That night, I connected the keyboard to my computer and opened a blank document. My fingers found the keys naturally, but something felt wrong. The H, R, and U keys responded differently, heavier, like they were fighting against being pressed. I started typing random words, letting my hands move without thinking. The document filled with fragments: hurt, run, help, rue, her. The same letters kept appearing, forming patterns I hadn't consciously chosen. I stopped typing and stared at the screen. In the dim light of my office, the words seemed to pulse with their own meaning. I deleted everything and tried again. Same result. The keyboard was leading my fingers to specific combinations, as if it remembered its previous owner's final messages. The woman from the estate sale had left her brother's personal effects in boxes, she'd said. Most of it had gone to charity, but she'd kept some items. I needed to find her. Phone directories, social media searches, even calling the moving company. Nothing. She'd vanished as completely as if she'd never existed. But people don't disappear without leaving traces. They leave impressions, like the indentations on those keys. I returned to the neighbor. This time I brought coffee and settled in for a longer conversation. She told me about the strange visitors the brother had received in his final weeks. People who came and left quickly, always carrying manila envelopes. About the lights in his office that stayed on for days, and the sound of typing that continued even when his car wasn't in the driveway. He was scared, she said, stirring her coffee thoughtfully. Near the end, he'd peek through his curtains whenever a car door slammed. Asked me once if I'd seen anyone watching his house. I told him he was being paranoid, but now I wonder. She paused, studying my face with the intensity of someone weighing a decision. "There's something else. The police didn't take everything. I saw her burning papers in the backyard after they left, piles of them. The smoke was red for some reason, like she was burning crayons or markers. Red pencil, red smoke, red words hidden under keyboard keys." I spent the following days researching the brother's background. He'd been a freelance researcher, specializing in cold cases. His last project involved a missing person case that had gone unsolved for years. According to his online portfolio, he'd believed he was close to a breakthrough. The missing person was a young woman who disappeared after leaving work one evening. Her car was found abandoned, keys still in the ignition, purse untouched on the passenger seat. No signs of struggle, no witnesses, just gone. But the brother had found something. In his final blog post, published the day before he died, he wrote about breakthrough evidence and uncomfortable truths that would change everything about this case. The post ended abruptly, mid-sentence. I tried accessing his research files, but his website had been taken down. His social media accounts deleted. Every digital trace of his investigation had been systematically erased. Except for the keyboard, except for those 3 words. I set up a recording device and connected the keyboard again. This time I didn't try to control what I typed. I let my fingers move where they wanted, following the subtle resistance and pressure variations in the keys. Words appeared, she knew, they followed, not safe, trust no one, the truth is in, check the basement. My hands were shaking by then. The keyboard felt warm under my fingers, almost alive, but I kept typing, following whatever message was trying to emerge. Then I typed something that made my blood freeze. I am still here. I yanked my hands away from the keyboard and stared at the screen. The cursor blinked after those 4 words like a patient heartbeat. In the silence of my office, I could hear the faint electrical hum of the computer, the distant sound of traffic, and something else. Something that sounded like breathing that wasn't my own. I checked all the windows, the doors, searched every corner of the house. Nothing, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave. It settled into my bones like a chill that wouldn't warm. The next morning I found a new piece of paper under the keyboard. Not under the keys this time, but slipped between the keyboard and my desk. Same red pencil, same careful handwriting. This time it was an address. I recognized the street name. It was where the missing woman had lived. Standing in front of her former apartment building, I understood that some investigations never end. They just transfer from one person to another, like an obligation that can't be refused. The brother had found something, and now that knowledge was mine to carry. The woman from the estate sale wasn't his sister. The missing person wasn't missing anymore, and the keyboard wasn't just a keyboard. I drove home with questions that would never find comfortable answers, carrying the weight of someone else's final discovery. The truth was there, waiting in the spaces between the keys, but some truths are too dangerous to type out loud. The keyboard sits in my office now, disconnected but never truly silent. Sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I hear the phantom sound of typing. Someone somewhere is still trying to finish the story. But I've learned that some stories aren't meant to be finished. They're meant to be passed along, one keyboard at a time, until someone brave enough to face the complete truth comes along. I'm not that person, not yet. Maybe never. Crime 9, I turned the tap like I always do, expecting cold water. Instead, a brown surge spilled out thick and slow before clearing. I let it run and stared at the drain. There was no smell, no grit, just a faint swirl like coffee diluted with milk. When I checked under the sink, the pipe was dry on the outside, but at the base of the cabinet there was a small pool that hadn't been there before. In the center, a single shard of porcelain curved like from a cup or a tooth. The building manager shrugged when I called. Water issues happen all the time, he said. Old pipes, mineral buildup, but I'd lived here for 3 years and the water had never run brown before, not even when they worked on the main line last winter. I kept the shard in a small plastic bag on my kitchen counter. Something about throwing it away felt wrong. It was smooth on one side, jagged on the other, with a slight yellowing that reminded me of old bone. I found myself touching the bag during breakfast, rolling the fragment between my fingers through the plastic. The woman upstairs moved out 2 weeks later. I watched her load boxes into a moving truck from my window, her movements quick and nervous. She'd lived there longer than anyone in the building. When I passed her in the hallway, she avoided eye contact. Her hands were wrapped in gauze, like she'd cut herself on something sharp. I started paying attention to sounds from her empty apartment, footsteps when no one should be there, the occasional creak of floorboards. The building manager said maintenance crews were doing repairs, but I never saw anyone go up there. The sounds always came late, usually when I was washing dishes or running water. One evening I noticed the brown water again. This time it lasted longer, almost a full minute before clearing. I collected some in a mason jar and held it up to the light. There were tiny fragments suspended in the liquid white specks that settled at the bottom like sand. Under my desk lamp they looked crystalline, translucent, like fragments of something that had been ground down over time. The building's basement held old maintenance records in cardboard boxes. I told myself I was just curious about the plumbing history. The manager was out and his office door was unlocked. Most of the paperwork was routine: heating repairs, pest control, tenant complaints. But in a box marked with the previous year, I found something that made my hands shake. A work order from 8 months ago, water damage in the unit above mine. The description was brief: extensive flooding from unknown source. Flooring and subfloor replacement required. Tenant reported leak originating from bathroom area. There was a photograph attached, the woman's bathroom torn apart. Black water stains spread across warped floorboards. In the corner, a bathtub surrounded by broken tile. The image was blurry, but I could make out something pale in the dark water that had pooled on the floor. Something that didn't belong. I confronted the manager the next day. He was defensive, almost angry. Accidents happen, he said. Pipes burst. People leave taps running. The woman had been compensated for the damage. Everything was handled properly. But when I asked about the source of the leak, he couldn't give me a straight answer. That weekend, I ran into her at the grocery store. She was thinner than I remembered, her hair unwashed and pulled back. When she saw me, she dropped a box of cereal and just stared. I helped her pick it up, and that's when I noticed her hands. The skin was raw around her fingernails, like she'd been picking at something constantly. "You still live there," she said. It wasn't a question. I nodded and mentioned the brown water. Her face went white. "Don't drink it," she whispered, glancing around like someone might be listening. "And don't let it touch your skin, promise me." Before I could ask why, she was gone, abandoning her cart and rushing toward the exit. I began researching the building's history that night. Property records, newspaper archives, old city directories. The building was constructed in the 1960s, nothing unusual in its past. But buried in a small article from 3 years ago, I found a missing person report. A man who'd lived in my building. The same unit the woman had occupied. The article said he'd disappeared without a trace. No signs of struggle, no indication he'd planned to leave. His car was found in the building's parking garage, keys still in the ignition. The investigation went nowhere, case closed due to lack of evidence. I stared at the photograph accompanying the article. He was ordinary looking, middle-aged, with a slight smile and kind eyes. The kind of person you'd pass in the hallway without a second thought. The kind of person who could vanish and leave barely a ripple. The brown water came back that night, stronger than before. I let it run while I called the city's water department. They said they'd send someone to test it, but when I checked the next morning, the water ran clear. By the time the technician arrived, there was nothing to sample. "Probably just sediment from old pipes," he said, testing the pH and mineral content. Everything came back normal, but as he packed up his equipment, he paused at my sink. "That's funny. Your water pressure is really high, higher than it should be for this building." After he left, I went back to the basement. This time I looked more carefully at the pipes running overhead. Most were clearly marked: cold water, hot water, gas lines. But there was one pipe that seemed to run directly from the area above my unit down to the main water line. It was newer than the others, recently installed, and it was connected in a way that didn't make sense with the building's original plumbing. I followed the pipe with my flashlight, tracing its path through the ceiling. It disappeared into the wall, but I could see where fresh concrete had been poured around its base. The work was sloppy, unprofessional, like someone had been in a hurry. The realization came slowly, like cold water filling a basin. The brown water wasn't coming from corroded pipes or mineral deposits. It was coming from somewhere else, somewhere above my apartment, from a place where a man had once lived and then disappeared without explanation. I've stopped using the tap water. I buy bottles now, even for cooking. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear those sounds from upstairs, the creaking, the movement. And sometimes, when I'm lying in bed, I think about that shard of porcelain I found under my sink, how it felt too smooth to be a cup fragment, too curved to be ceramic. The woman was right to leave, and maybe the man upstairs found a way to leave too, in the only way he could manage. Piece by piece, grain by grain, flowing through pipes that were never meant to carry what they now carry. I should move, I should report what I've found, but who would believe me? And what proof do I really have? A brown stain that clears when anyone else looks, a shard that could be anything, a missing person who might have simply chosen to disappear. The water runs clear now most of the time, but I know what's down there, settling in the pipes, waiting. And sometimes, when I'm not paying attention, when I turn the tap out of habit, I see that familiar brown swirl, thicker than before, more substantial. As if whatever's down there is getting stronger. Story 10. In the stillness of the night, a faint glow emanated from the abandoned house on the outskirts of town. Detective Morgan Reed stood in the dusty kitchen, her gaze fixed on the phone that lay on the counter, its screen inexplicably lit up. This was no ordinary phone. It had become the focal point of a mystery that defied logic. The call had come in just minutes ago, a call that should have been impossible. The voice on the other end, a whisper tinged with desperation and fear, belonged to a woman long deceased, Catherine Sullivan, her name echoing through the empty rooms like a ghostly whisper. The investigation unfolded like a riddle wrapped in an enigma. The phone, registered to Catherine Sullivan, had made a call from a house that had stood empty for years. No signs of entry, no clues left behind, just that haunting whisper, "He's here, he." As Detective Reed delved deeper into the case, she unearthed a tangled web of secrets and lies. Catherine's tragic death in a car accident, the journal revealing a relationship turned toxic, and the chilling revelation of a manipulative ex-boyfriend, Mark Jennings. Mark, a former emergency responder, had orchestrated a sinister game of deception, crafting the illusion of a ghostly call to torment those he had wronged. But justice, like a shadow slowly creeping in, finally caught up with him. The truth emerged from the depths of buried memories and hidden truths. Catherine's silenced voice found its way back, guiding the hands of justice towards her killer. Mark's elaborate charade crumbled, revealing the darkness that lurked beneath his facade. In the end, it was not the supernatural that prevailed, but the unwavering strength of a victim's voice echoing through time and space. The phone, now a silent witness to the truth, serves as a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, justice will find its way, guided by the whispers of those who can no longer speak. Story 11. In a quaint budget motel that time forgot, guests came and went like shadows. The receptionist handed her the key with a cryptic warning, his eyes betraying a hidden truth. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he whispered, a hint of unease in his voice. Intrigue sparked within her, a flicker of curiosity that refused to be ignored. That night, shrouded in the dim glow of flickering lights, she found herself standing before the forbidden door. The metal handle sent a chill through her as she hesitated, contemplating the enigma that lay beyond. To the naked eye, it was just like any other door in the hallway, yet when she pressed her ear against it, a soft, rhythmic breath whispered from the other side, a secret melody beckoning her to unlock its mystery. Detective Morgan Reed awoke from her slumber, stepping beneath the yellow tape that marked the threshold of a macabre scene. The scent of iron lingered in the air, a grim reminder of the violence that had unfolded within those walls. Bloodstains tainted the floor, a stark contrast to the untouched bed and immaculate bathroom. The lifeless form of a young woman greeted Reed, her golden locks splayed around her like a halo, eyes wide in a silent scream. With a steady hand, Reed knelt beside the victim, absorbing the chilling tableau before her. This marks the third this season, the forensic expert stated clinically, capturing the scene through his lens. The same chilling signature as before. Reed nodded in silent acknowledgement, piecing together the puzzle laid out before her. The victim's attire spoke of a different world, a world far removed from the motel's reality. A handbag lay open, its contents undisturbed, a stark contrast to the tragedy that had befallen its owner. This was no crime of opportunity. This was a meticulously planned act of malice. The motel manager lingered in the shadows, his pallor betraying his inner turmoil. She arrived alone, paid in cash. I never suspected. His voice faltered, haunted by the grim discovery that had shattered the motel's facade. Reed surveyed the room, searching for answers in the absence of clues. No forced entry, no signs of struggle. The victim had harbored her killer willingly or unknowingly. Back at the precinct, Reed delved into the case, connecting the dots that led to a chilling truth. 3 women, all sharing a haunting resemblance, all meeting their end in nondescript motels. Speculation swirled as whispers of a predator on the prowl echoed through the community. The autopsy report is in, Detective Hayes declared, laying out the grim details. Death by strangulation, no signs of sexual assault. This is personal, calculated. Days blurred into nights as Reed pursued leads, each thread unraveling a darker tapestry. Surveillance footage yielded no breakthroughs, leaving more questions than answers. The victim, Elaine Werner, defied the image painted by her surroundings, a financial analyst with no apparent enemies, no reason to court such danger willingly. A breakthrough emerged during a poignant interview with Werner's sister, unearthing a clandestine affair that shed light on the shadows enveloping the case. Reed's gaze sharpened as she pursued a lead that led her to Charles Emerson, a senior executive entangled in a web of deceit and betrayal. Emerson's facade crumbled under Reed's scrutiny, revealing a man driven by desperation and deception. In the interrogation room, Emerson's mask slipped, revealing a cold, calculated predator who saw his victims as disposable pawns in his twisted game. The trial unfolded with chilling precision, sealing Emerson's fate behind bars. As Reed watched him being led away, a shiver ran down her spine, a sense of lingering unease settling in her heart. The media dubbed it the Door on the Left case, a tale of darkness and depravity that captivated the public. But for Reed, the case lingered like a ghost, a reminder that some doors once opened could never be closed. As she navigated hotel corridors in her daily life, she found herself counting doors, wondering what secrets lay hidden behind each one. In the confines of the evidence locker, 3 identical keys stood as silent witnesses to the horrors that had unfolded, each a reminder of the lives lost to a predator's twisted desires. And as Reed locked away the case file, she knew that some mysteries were destined to haunt her dreams, forever whispering of the darkness that lurked behind closed doors. Story 12: The Mysterious Man Who Vanished. The cafe had been his sanctuary for years, same spot, same drink, same solitude. The barista recognized his face, yet his identity remained a mystery to all. Then one day he didn't appear. When authorities searched his usual seat, they stumbled upon a forgotten wallet. Inside lay a driver's license with a face but no name, no address, just an empty void where his details should have been. Reviewing the security footage, Detective Sarah Mercer felt a chill run down her spine. The man, now dubbed John Doe in the case files, seemed ordinary on camera. Average in height, unassuming features, clad in a navy coat with a weathered messenger bag slung over his shoulder. Nothing remarkable about him, which made his disappearance all the more perplexing. "Play it again," Mercer instructed the tech expert. The footage revealed John entering the cafe during the bustling morning rush. He ordered his usual black coffee, no sugar, and settled at the secluded corner table partially obscured by a lush plant. He sat, opened his bag, extracted a notebook, and began to write. Occasionally he'd take a sip of his coffee and gaze out the window. Then came the pivotal moment. He placed his wallet on a table, rose, and strolled towards the restroom corridor, but he never returned. He never emerged through any exit. He simply vanished. "Check the bathroom footage," Mercer directed. "That's the strange part," the specialist replied. "He never entered any restroom. We've scrutinized every camera angle. It's as if he evaporated into thin air." Back at the precinct, Mercer spread the wallet's contents across her desk. The driver's license photo matched the enigmatic man, yet the personal details were absent, replaced by vacant spaces. The credit cards bore no names, only 16-digit numbers that led to non-existent accounts when checked. Neatly sorted cash in various denominations, a receipt from the cafe dated 3 days earlier, and a solitary business card blank on both sides except for a phone number printed in faint gray ink. When Mercer dialed the number, the call connected, but silence greeted her. She heard what seemed like papers shuffling, perhaps pages turning. 30 seconds passed before the line went dead. The barista who had served John for years had little to offer. He was always quiet, courteous though generous with tips. I think he might have had an accent, but he spoke so softly it was hard to discern. "Did he interact with anyone here, engage in conversations?" Mercer inquired. "Never. Always alone, always engrossed in that notebook." The notebook remained on the table beside the abandoned wallet, its pages filled with what appeared to be coded or ciphered text. Cryptographers from the department struggled to decipher it. Some pages featured sketches, architectural plans of buildings that bore no resemblance to any known structures in the vicinity. Mercer assigned officers to canvass the neighborhood with John Doe's photos. No one recognized him. No missing persons reports aligned with his description. His fingerprints were absent from all databases. It was as though he existed solely within the confines of that cafe. During her probe, Mercer noticed something peculiar about the security footage. Every morning when John entered the cafe, the camera's timestamp flickered momentarily. The tech expert dismissed it as a glitch, but Mercer harbored doubts. Returning to the cafe, she sat at his table. From there, she could observe both the entrance and the corridor leading to the restrooms. Suspended between them hung an antique mirror, its frame intricately adorned with symbols akin to those in John's notebook. Upon the owner's arrival, Mercer inquired about the mirror. "That old thing, been here longer than I have, came with the place, heavy as can be, takes two to budget." "Has it ever been relocated for cleaning or redecoration?" "Not in my time. Why do you ask?" Mercer approached the mirror, studying her reflection. The glass bore a slight distortion, amplifying the depth of her reflection. She pressed her hand against it, expecting cool glass, but felt an unusual warmth instead. The forensics team arrived to examine the mirror. Upon detaching it from the wall, they uncovered a small hollow space behind it. Inside rested a stack of identical wallets, each containing a driver's license with the same photo but devoid of any identifying information. Alongside them lay a leather-bound journal brimming with entries spanning decades, all inscribed in the same hand as the notebook left on the table. The final entry read, "The experiment must cease. They draw near. The window is closing." Investigators discovered John Doe's fingerprints throughout the concealed compartment. Carbon dating of the oldest wallet hinted it was around 50 years old, yet the photo displayed the same unchanging face. The journal entries recounted what seemed to be experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference. Mentions of crossing back and window points were scattered throughout. One passage seized Mercer's attention. The cafe acts as a nexus, a place where realities converge. The mirror serves as the portal. When alignment occurs, passage becomes feasible. As the inquiry deepened, peculiar occurrences unfurled around the cafe. Patrons reported witnessing their reflections move independently in the window glass. Some swore they glimpsed John Doe seated at his usual spot, though security cameras showed an empty table. A breakthrough emerged when an elderly woman contacted the police station inquiring about the investigation. She introduced herself as Margaret Keller, a former physicist involved in classified government projects. She identified John Doe as Daniel Weston from the news reports. He was a brilliant theoretical physicist who vanished while engrossed in an experimental project revolving around quantum mirror surfaces that could potentially facilitate the transit of matter between parallel realities. Keller presented documents indicating Weston had been presumed dead following a laboratory mishap. The date of his disappearance aligned with the earliest entry in the journal discovered behind the mirror. He believed our reality was merely one of many existing concurrently, Keller elaborated. He postulated that certain locales served as vulnerable points between these realities' locales where one could potentially traverse. Armed with this revelation, Mercer revisited the cafe. She unearthed that the building stood on land that had once accommodated the very research facility where Weston twalled. The cafe had been erected directly above the laboratory where he vanished. The climax of the case unfolded as Mercer, scrutinizing the security footage alone late one night, discerned a detail that prior viewings had overlooked. Reflected in the mirror in the backdrop, two versions of the same man, John Doe and Daniel Weston, watched each other, coexisting simultaneously. Rushing to the cafe to reassess the mirror, Mercer encountered it shattered on the floor. Amidst the shards lay a parting note scribed in the familiar hand. "The experiment concludes. The portal is sealed. Do not pursue." The enigma of the man who faded from existence remained officially unresolved. The cafe shuttered shortly after the investigation, the edifice eventually razed. Daniel Weston's remains were never located. His notebooks and journals vanished from the evidence locker under mysterious circumstances. Mercer resigned from the force not long after. Locals sporadically glimpsed her perched on her porch, fervently writing in a notebook akin to Weston's. Adorning her wall hung a fragment of an antique mirror, its surface occasionally rippling when unobserved. Story 13. In the quiet anticipation of a new life, she decided to refresh the nursery for her unborn child. The walls, once adorned in a faded blue hue, seemed to hold secrets within their ancient layers. As she carefully applied the first coat of white paint, a hidden mystery began to unravel. Letters, barely discernible at first, slowly emerged from beneath the surface, forming a cryptic message. "Don't let it hear you." A shiver ran down her spine as she took a step back, her eyes widening in disbelief. There, imprinted in the fresh paint, were tiny handprints too high for any child to reach. The eerie revelation within the nursery of the Morgan household marked the inception of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Grand Victorian home mere months ago, lured by its seemingly irresistible price. The real estate agent had glossed over the property's dark past, merely mentioning minor cosmetic issues. Detective Sarah Klein, with her trusty notebook in hand, arrived at the residence, greeted by a pregnant woman whose tired eyes betrayed her lack of sleep. Trembling, she recounted the unsettling discovery of the hidden message and the ghostly handprints. The woman shared the unnerving tale of the previous owner's abrupt departure in the dead of night, leaving behind a trail of mystery. Detective Klein, her footsteps echoing through the aged corridors of the historic house, made her way to the nursery. There, on the partially painted wall, the haunting message still lingered, accompanied by 5 child-sized handprints etched in wet paint at an adult's height. Back at the precinct, the detective delved into the property's records, uncovering a pattern of transient ownership over the past 3 decades. More chilling were the reports of child welfare issues filed by several families, detailing whispers and unseen entities haunting the children in the house. Further investigation unveiled the house's dark history under the ownership of Alina Blackwood, a wealthy widow who ran an orphanage on the premises. The unsolved disappearance of 5 children under her care cast a grim shadow over the once grand estate. Stories of spectral activities within the house intertwined with the tragic fate of the orphaned children. As Detective Klein pieced together the puzzle, a forensic linguist confirmed the eerie writing on the walls matched Alina's handwriting, while the identical handprints persisted across generations of children who had lived in the house. Upon obtaining permission from the current owners, the detective authorized a scan of the basement, revealing chilling evidence of child-sized shapes beneath the concrete floor. The subsequent excavation unearthed the remains of the 5 missing orphans, their identities confirmed by engraved pendants. A haunting discovery awaited in the nursery as luminol revealed countless handprints invisible to the naked eye, a testament to the children's attempts to escape their tragic fate. Alina's journals, retrieved from the archives, exposed her macabre intentions of siphoning the life force of orphaned children. The case concluded with a somber burial for the victims, their names finally etched in history as victims of a heinous crime. The house, tainted by its dark legacy, stood abandoned as the pregnant couple refused to set foot inside again. Detective Klein documented the eerie handprints and the cryptic message, a reminder that justice had prevailed, but an ominous presence lingered within the walls. Despite the demolition of the nursery and extensive remediation efforts, whispers of children's voices persisted, driving away anyone who dared to enter. The condemned house stood as a chilling testament to the unresolved mysteries that transcended time and physical confines. Detective Klein preserved a haunting photograph of luminol handprints, a silent echo of the tragic events that had unfolded within the walls of the whispering house. Story 14. She wiped away the mist on the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Everything seemed normal, her face, her attire. Yet a sense of unease crept in the longer she stared. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a subtle movement not of her own making. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, observing. It all began with that eerie moment in Rebecca Thorne's bathroom, a moment that set in motion a chain of events that would baffle investigators and haunt a community for years to come. Rebecca resided in a modest apartment within a serene suburban enclave, a solitary figure in a tranquil neighborhood. Known to be meticulous and reserved, she kept to herself while maintaining a polite rapport with her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a mid-sized company dictated a life governed by routine and exactitude. No one could have foreseen that she would be thrust into the center of one of the most enigmatic criminal inquiries of the era. The initial signs were subtle. Objects in Rebecca's home began to shift, inexplicably nothing missing, just rearranged. A coffee mug placed on a different shelf, books shuffled around, her toothbrush on the wrong side of the sink. She brushed off these anomalies as mere lapses in memory, attributing them to long hours spent staring at screens under the harsh glare of office lights. It wasn't until weeks later that Rebecca, unable to ignore the disturbances any longer, reached out to the authorities. Detective Marion Shaw received Rebecca's report, initially deeming it a matter best suited for mental health services rather than law enforcement. There were no tangible signs of criminal activity, no forced entry, no missing items, just a woman plagued by an inexplicable sense of unease within her own home. The turning point came with the incident involving the bathroom mirror, recounted by Rebecca in vivid detail during her subsequent meeting with the police. Security footage from a camera installed by Rebecca revealed a chilling revelation: a figure identical to her, using a key to gain entry into her apartment while she was already at work across town. Forensic examination of the footage yielded no evidence of tampering or manipulation, leading Detective Shaw to conclude that they were dealing with a doppelganger, someone who had meticulously studied Rebecca's every move to mimic her with eerie precision. The investigation unfolded with eerie fingerprints matching only Rebecca's found throughout her residence. Neighbors reported nothing amiss, just the usual comings and goings of Rebecca. A journal kept by Rebecca chronicled a growing list of disturbances, subtle changes in her living space, missing food, unauthorized computer searches, and unsettling selfies on her phone that she had no recollection of taking. A breakthrough emerged when a pattern was discerned in the security footage. The doppelganger only appeared during specific times when Rebecca was away for pre-planned commitments. This wasn't random, it was calculated surveillance and infiltration. A forensic psychologist posited a theory of fixation, suggesting that the perpetrator harbored an obsession with assuming Rebecca's identity completely. The focus narrowed on a former colleague of Rebecca's, Lily Winters, who had exhibited erratic behavior before being dismissed from their workplace. Lily had fixated on the similarities between herself and Rebecca, sending disturbing emails that hinted at a desire to merge identities. A search of Lily's residence unearthed a chilling replica of Rebecca's life, a room transformed into a shrine, complete with surveillance materials and meticulous notes on Rebecca's habits. Lily, evading capture, had seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving behind a haunting message hinting at a sinister resolution to the identity crisis. Rebecca, placed under protective custody, watched from afar as the imposter made her move, seamlessly slipping into her former life while she remained hidden from sight. The case took a harrowing turn when security footage captured the imposter infiltrating Rebecca's former workplace, masquerading as her and delving into confidential files. Rebecca, still in seclusion, couldn't have been there. It became evident that Lily had executed her plan to assume Rebecca's identity entirely, leaving the real Rebecca in seclusion. To this day, the case remains unresolved. Lily Winters remains at large, while Rebecca Thorne has forged a new existence in secrecy. Detective Shaw, haunted by the enigma of the case, keeps a photograph of the two eerily similar women on her desk, a reminder of the thin line between identity and imitation. She often reflects on the chilling truth that one's identity isn't merely what is presented to the world, but a treasure to be safeguarded at all costs. And sometimes it takes a threat to realize its true worth. Story 15. In the dim light of the attic, beneath a worn blanket, lay a hidden treasure waiting to be discovered. It was a porcelain doll, its delicate features frozen in time. The doll's blue eyes, wide and unblinking, seemed to hold secrets of the past. Sarah and Michael stumbled upon it, puzzled by its presence in their new home. They brushed off the doll as just another forgotten relic, a mere decoration from a bygone era. As night descended, a subtle shift in the air unsettled the young couple. The weight of silence hung heavy around them, and a sense of unease crept into their minds. Morning light revealed a chilling surprise. The doll had vanished from the attic, only to reappear at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel watching over them. Sarah and Michael, drawn to the allure of the Victorian house with its intricate details and enigmatic history, soon found themselves entwined in a web of mystery. Detective Rachel Winters was called to the scene of a perplexing crime, a male and female victim found in unnatural poses, their eyes wide with fear, as if trapped in a nightmare. The meticulous arrangement of the bodies hinted at a macabre display, reminiscent of a doll meticulously posed in a diorama. Detective Winters, with a keen eye for detail, sensed a deliberate intent behind the scene, before her a sinister puppet master orchestrating a twisted performance. Interviews with neighbors unveiled whispers of shadows dancing in the windows and eerie laughter echoing through the deserted halls of the house. Each revelation added a layer of dread to the unfolding tale, a tapestry of fear woven from threads of the unknown. Forensic analysis uncovered traces of antique fabrics, remnants of a bygone era seeping into the present. The absence of tangible evidence confounded the investigators, as if the perpetrator existed beyond the realm of the physical, a ghostly presence haunting the living. Delving into the house's dark history, Detective Winters unearthed a chilling connection. A doll maker who had once called the house his home, crafting lifelike dolls infused with a haunting essence. The final creation, a replica of his deceased daughter, bore a striking resemblance to the mysterious doll found by Sarah and Michael. As the investigation deepened, a pattern emerged. Each victim had tampered with the attic space, awakening something malevolent that lurked within the walls. Old photographs whispered of a past long forgotten, capturing moments of eerie stillness where the dolls seemed to come alive, their painted eyes following unseen movements. A revelation from a distant relative shed light on the dollmaker's dark practices, tales of forbidden rituals and whispered incantations binding souls to inanimate forms. The line between reality and nightmare blurred as the truth of the doll's origins emerged from the shadows of the past. The case took a haunting turn as the doll vanished from police custody, leaving behind a trail of confusion and inexplicable events. Detective Winters, plagued by memories she couldn't grasp, retired from the force, carrying with her a secret locked away in a forbidden envelope. The house changed hands once more, its dark legacy shrouded in whispers and half-truths. The attic remained a silent witness to the mysteries that unfolded within its walls, a testament to the power of the past to shape the present. And though the doll was never found, its presence lingered in the quiet whispers of the night, a phantom reminder of a tale best left untold. The new owners, sensing the weight of history, chose to let the attic lie undisturbed, a sanctuary for secrets buried deep within its confines. As the years passed, the house stood as a silent sentinel, its secrets hidden from prying eyes. But on moonlit nights, a faint shadow would dance behind the attic window, and the echo of a child's laughter would drift on the wind, a ghostly reminder of a past that refused to be forgotten. Story 16. The worn envelope, its edges tinged with age, bore a fresh stamp, as if it had just embarked on its journey. The detective, with a steady hand, unfolded its contents. A single sheet of paper greeted her, the words typed hastily in an uneven font, I am sorry for what I did. A faint dampness clung to the paper, carrying with it a hint of iron. It was only upon closer inspection that the reddish smear along the bottom edge caught her attention. Not ink, human blood. Detective Sarah Morgan, well versed in the language of evidence, carefully placed the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved fingers moving with practiced precision. The forensics team's findings confirmed her suspicions. The blood on the letter matched the DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had lingered in the shadows of the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, a tragic canvas of stab wounds. Her laptop gone, her notes scattered a tale of unfinished stories. The case had grown cold, a puzzle missing its crucial piece, until this silent messenger arrived at the precinct, addressed simply to Homicide Division. The paper and envelope bore few fingerprints, only ghostly smudges hinting at a cautious sender. The postmark, a breadcrumb trail in the darkness, offered a glimmer of hope. In the dimly lit briefing room, Morgan gathered her team amidst a tapestry of crime scene photos and dead-end leads. Pinning the image of the letter at the heart of the chaos, she spoke softly. "This changes everything. Our killer carries the weight of regret." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner, studied the letter with a wary eye. Or perhaps it's a masquerade, a theatrical performance to deceive us, he proposed, his voice a whisper in the stillness. The forensics team unraveled the mystery of the typewriter's ancient origins, a relic lost to time but not to memory. They combed through antique shops and collectors' troves, chasing echoes of the past. As their pursuit gained momentum, they delved into Rebecca's world, a tapestry woven with threads of determination and truth-seeking. Her investigations had led her to the doorstep of a wealthy family entangled in a web of secrets and shadows. Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, once a pillar of support, now stood under the harsh light of suspicion. His demeanor shifted, a dance of unease betraying his facade. She spoke of a shadow following her. His voice trembled, bearing the weight of words left unspoken. As the tendrils of the investigation reached further, a second letter arrived, echoing the first with its crimson signature. The confession spilled across the page, a tale of truths buried beneath layers of deceit. The family's mansion beckoned, a stage set for revelations. In the shadow of the patriarch's estate, Richard, the eldest son, stood guard over his collection of antiquities, a facade of innocence slipping with each careful question. The truth, a silent spectator, awaited its unveiling. Eleanor, the youngest daughter, held the key to the puzzle, her stationery a damning link in the chain of events. The hidden room whispered secrets, unveiling a tapestry of obsession and betrayal. The threads of fate intertwined as the connections between Richard and Michael unraveled, a sinister dance of greed and desperation. The courtroom became a theater of justice, where truth and lies collided in a final act of reckoning. Amidst the echoes of a shattered life, Detective Morgan stood before Rebecca's parents, offering solace in the shadow of their loss. The letters, stained with the weight of guilt, stood as silent witnesses to the unraveling of a perfect crime. In the quiet aftermath, the case of Rebecca Warren became a lesson in the art of deduction, a reminder that even the most carefully woven lies can be unraveled by the steady hand of justice. And so, the old typewriter whispered its secrets, a lullaby of closure in the stillness of the night. Story 17, The Enigmatic Walls. The new occupants of the Victorian-era house never anticipated the secrets hidden behind its peeling wallpaper. Michael and Sarah Klein found themselves unwittingly drawn into a mystery that transcended time and sanity. Initially, the couple saw it as a minor inconvenience, a water stain marring the master bedroom's floral wallpaper. Yet, as they delved deeper, they unearthed a narrative that defied logic. Layers of history unfolded before them, each one whispering a different tale. Beneath the surface, etched in ink, was a name that echoed through the ages, Alina Winters. The name, repeated endlessly in a frantic, uneven scrawl, captivated their imaginations and sent shivers down their spines. Intrigued by this enigmatic discovery, Michael and Sarah embarked on a quest for answers. Their search led them down a digital rabbit hole, where they stumbled upon a chilling revelation, a missing persons case from decades past, featuring a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous homeowner, Margaret Cavendish. Margaret, with her silver-streaked dark hair and elegant demeanor, had left behind more than just a house. She had left behind a trail of unanswered questions and a legacy of uncertainty. As the Kleins peeled back the layers of the past, they found themselves entwined in a web of deceit and tragedy. Alina Winters, the missing woman from years gone by, seemed to reach out to them from beyond the grave, urging them to uncover the truth. Their nights were consumed by relentless research and relentless pursuit of the elusive Margaret Cavendish. The more they delved, the more the lines between reality and illusion blurred, until they found themselves standing on the precipice of a revelation that would change everything. Forensic teams descended upon their home, turning it into a stage for a macabre performance. The walls, once silent witnesses to a decades-old crime, now screamed with the echoes of the past, demanding justice. Beneath the floorboards, hidden from prying eyes, lay a cache of identities belonging to a woman named Alina Winters. Each card bore a different name, a different persona, all converging on the enigma that was Margaret Cavendish. But the most chilling discovery was yet to come. DNA evidence linked Alina to the house, while fingerprints pointed to a disturbed soul named Rebecca Eldridge, a psychiatric patient consumed by her fractured mind. Rebecca, in her desperate bid for identity, had assumed the persona of Alina, weaving a complex tapestry of lies and deceit that culminated in tragedy. The walls, adorned with the name Alina Winters, stood as a solemn testament to her fractured psyche, a monument to a mind unraveled. As the truth unfurled like a dark flower in bloom, Michael and Sarah stood witness to a revelation that would haunt them for the rest of their days. Alina's remains, unearthed from the garden, brought closure to a long-forgotten chapter in history. Margaret Cavendish, or rather Rebecca Eldridge, was unmasked in a final act of defiance, her facade crumbling to reveal the depths of her deception. The house, once a sanctuary, now bore witness to a crime that transcended time and reason. For the Kleins, the house that had once promised a fresh start now stood as a monument to the past, a reminder that some secrets are best left undisturbed. And as they watched the authorities lead Rebecca away, they knew that the echoes of Alina Winters would forever linger in the walls, whispering their tragic tale to those who dared to listen. Story 18. The new homeowners perceived it as an oddity, the crackling of the old intercom system in the dead of night, a relic of the past, reconfigured but left to fade into obscurity. Then on a solitary night, the husband, driven by curiosity, pressed the button. A faint whisper crackled through the speaker, sending shivers down his spine. "Why did you return?" Startled, he recoiled, his hands trembling. His wife, looming behind him, murmured, "I never uttered those words." The Victorian manor stood serenely amidst ancient oak trees, its aged fa-deck concealing a modernized interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker, the new owners, had acquired the property at an unexpectedly modest price, despite the agent's uneasy demeanor during the tour. The intercom system, a charming vintage touch linking all rooms, had captivated the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves pulled up to the estate, the gravel whispering under her unmarked car's tires. Initially reported as a potential break-in, the dispatcher's tone hinted at a deeper narrative. Daniel Parker, a tall figure with a ghostly pallor, welcomed her at the entrance, leading her through the grand foyer. It all began with the intercom, he recounted, guiding Detective Reeves. Just static at first, then whispers, then complete sentences. My wife thought I was imagining it until she heard it too. In the living room, Meredith sat stiffly on an antique sofa, hands clenched around a steaming mug left untouched. We uncovered something behind the wall, she disclosed abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and upon removing the drywall, her voice faltered. Behind the wall, enveloped in decaying plastic, lay a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves donned gloves before delicately unfurling its fragile pages. The script, elegant yet frenzied, belonged to Alina, the supposed previous occupant. The entries chronicled her mounting suspicion that her husband, Vincent, harbored malicious intentions towards her. The last entry dates back 30 years, Daniel elucidated. After that, silence. The prior owners mentioned purchasing it from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. The inquiry unearthed Vincent and Alina Blackwood as the former proprietors. Records indicated Vincent had sold the house shortly after Alina's alleged departure. No divorce records existed, no change of address, no financial transactions under Alina's name post the final journal entry. Detective Reeves mobilized a team to scrutinize the estate thoroughly. Ground-penetrating radar disclosed irregularities beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As investigators breached the aged concrete, the truth materialized in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton as a woman in her 40s, exhibiting signs of blunt force trauma to the skull. A gold wedding band retrieved from the remains bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly amassed evidence. Now elderly and residing in a care facility, he comprehended the charges leveled against him. Confronted with the proof, his response sent shivers down even the seasoned detective's spine. "She wouldn't cease her chatter," Vincent uttered, his voice chillingly composed. "Constantly prattling through that cursed intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I disconnected it, yet she rewired it herself, claiming she always wanted to reach me, regardless of my location in the house." His vacant gaze lifted. "I merely sought tranquility." Throughout his confession, Vincent disclosed how he meticulously engineered the narrative of Alina abandoning him, even mailing postcards to neighbors from diverse locales, inscribed in forged penmanship. He had resided in the house for years thereafter, walking daily above the concrete beneath which his wife lay buried. The trial was concise, with Vincent pleading guilty to the murder. The presiding judge noted the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades-long deceit that ensued. Daniel and Meredith eventually relinquished the estate, unable to dwell there after uncovering its grim past. Before their departure, they conducted a memorial for Alina in the restored garden post the investigation. The intercom system was dismantled during subsequent renovations by the new residents. Workers recounted hearing static and whispers during the removal, attributing it to interference from their equipment. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file for a final time before its archival. As she sealed the manila folder, she pondered how the house itself seemed to transcend time to unveil its secret. The scales of justice had finally tipped against Vincent Blackwood, all owing to Alina's tenacity in making her voice heard. Among local law enforcement, the case earned the moniker, the house that answered back. Occasionally, Detective Reeves would pass by the estate on her way home. She never halted, yet she would decelerate, windows slightly ajar, attuned to whispers carried by the wind. Story 19. The ancient apartment held its secrets, pipes that whispered, floorboards that murmured, yet the new tenant sensed something more, something unsettling in the night. The footsteps, precise and steady, echoed from above, a rhythmic dance of mystery. But she dwelled on the highest floor, a solitary figure in the darkness. One evening, a spark of bravery ignited within her, and she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased. Silence enveloped the room. Then, a single reply echoed down to her from within the very ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman kept the knocking incident to herself, rationalizing it as mere settling of the old building, or perhaps a curious critter exploring the attic space. Night after night, the methodical footfalls traversed her ceiling, a haunting lullaby in the shadows. She adapted, cranking up the TV volume, wearing headphones to bed, anything to muffle the enigmatic steps that roamed above her. Detective Morris stumbled upon the apartment's enigma when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a hidden crawlspace during routine repairs. Behind a section of drywall outside Sarah's unit, an unexpected passage unveiled itself, defying the building's blueprints. Illuminated by a flashlight, the passage revealed a clandestine living area, discarded wrappers, empty bottles, a stained blanket, and a small journal. The police were summoned promptly. Detective Morris and his partner, Detective Rivera, arrived to find the maintenance worker in shock, muttering about unseen eyes. The journal chronicled intricate details of Sarah Coleman's life, her routines, her guests, her meals, her habits. Yet the writing, once precise, descended into chaos, cryptic symbols scrawled along the margins. The subject resists my influence, the final entry lamented. She dares to defy me. No one defies me. Forensic teams combed through the crawl space, discovering unidentified fingerprints and a network of hidden passages intertwined within the building's structure. These concealed pathways led to 5 different apartments, but terminated in peepholes disguised as innocuous fixtures, with only one target: Sarah Coleman's abode. Interviews with current residents yielded no abnormal experiences, yet former inhabitants painted a different narrative. 3 predecessors recounted sensations of being watched or unexplained disturbances, prompting one to flee after a mere fortnight. Their tales remained untold, shrouded in fear of sounding delusional. A breakthrough emerged with the revelation of microscopic blood evidence in a crawlspace. DNA testing linked the spatter to Martin Weaver, a vanished former tenant. He resided directly beneath Sarah's apartment. Detective Morris revisited Martin's disappearance, unearthing a history of complaints about noises from the unit above Edward, a reclusive man who abruptly departed after Martin's vanishing act. Edward's nomadic past unfurled a pattern of top-floor residency, minimal social interactions, and sudden exits across multiple locales. An ominous tale was unraveled by a neighbor's recollection of Edward's fixation on silence, a trait that echoed through his transient life. The investigators' pursuit led them to a secluded cabin, adorned with eerie displays. Photographs of apartment residents, maps detailing building structures, and chilling journals chronicling specimen observations and habitat maintenance populated the walls. A corkboard pinned with missing persons reports revealed Edward's sinister legacy: 6 vanished souls, haunting testimonies etched into the very fabric of his existence. Behind the cabin, a macabre discovery awaited the soil bore witness to unspeakable secrets, unearthing a trail of graves. As the forensic team toiled to identify the fallen, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building, now sealed off from the hidden passages. Yet whispers persisted among the residents, a reminder of the specter that once lurked within the walls. During the installation of new security measures, a chilling find awaited the maintenance crew, a fresh notebook concealed in a crevice where wall met ceiling. The notebook, a sinister echo of its predecessor, bore a single foreboding message. My old sanctuary has been unveiled, but my new refuge remains hidden. The officers mobilized to evacuate Sarah, only to find her apartment deserted. Her belongings lingered, a ghostly echo of her presence. In the bathroom, a cryptic message etched in steam directed their gaze upward. The missing ceiling panel above the shower revealed an empty abyss, a portal to the unknown. Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, eluded capture, his expertise in construction and renovation facilitating his clandestine domain. Thermal scans unveiled an empty husk within Sarah's walls, a silent testament to Edward's elusive nature. Sarah Coleman's fate intertwined with a web of disappearances across state lines, a haunting reminder of the unseen forces that lurk in the shadows. Detective Morris, haunted by the echoes of Sarah's plight, found solace in the nocturnal hours, pondering the unseen listeners in the quiet of his own home. The footsteps that echoed above her, the silent watch that lingered in the darkness, a chilling reminder of the mysteries that lie just beyond the surface. Story 20, the aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through time. The heating system emitted low groans, the pipes rattled softly, a familiar lullaby for the building's slumbering memories. She, the occupant, found solace in the mundane sounds, reassuring herself that all was as it should be. Until one night, a subtle voice breached the usual symphony of creaks and sighs, drifting through the vents like a ghostly echo. It wasn't a distant conversation or a passing noise. It was a whisper, delicate yet distinct, calling her name with a haunting familiarity. Heart racing, she leaned in closer, pressing her ear against the metal grate. A chill breeze grazed her cheek, carrying with it a soft, almost playful message. I know you can hear me. Detective Morgan Shaw lingered in the stillness of the vacant apartment, her presence a silent sentinel amid the investigative flurry. The forensics team meticulously combed through the space, their camera flashes freezing moments in time. The missing woman, Elena Reeves, had left behind a void that led to this chilling discovery. The building's neglect had shrouded the truth until the scent of decay could no longer be ignored. Officer Patel recited details from his notepad, recounting Elena's claims of voices from the vents, dismissed as mere quirks of an old building by the indifferent management. Shaw knelt by the vent, tracing the desperate claw marks etched into the metal. These were not marks of repair, but of desperation, of a soul trapped within seeking escape. The realization sent shivers down her spine. Elena, a beloved teacher with a penchant for nurturing life, had succumbed to unseen forces that whispered malevolently through the shadows. Her disappearance had sent ripples of fear through those who knew her, a sense of unease that lingered like a phantom presence. Her sister's trembling voice unveiled a narrative of escalating paranoia, of a tormentor who lurked within the very walls of her sanctuary. Shaw's gaze swept across the apartment, piecing together a puzzle of dread. The signs were subtle, yet telling: a chair beneath the vent, a bed meticulously made, a mug abandoned in haste. Each detail whispered of a presence unseen but deeply felt, a watcher in the shadows. The evidence unraveled a tapestry of horror. Fibers from Elena's cardigan trapped in the vent, a foreign fingerprint on the vent cover, and haunting recordings of whispered conversations that echoed in Shaw's ears like distant pleas for help. The building, a silent witness to a disturbing history, harbored its ghosts within the walls. Previous tenants had fled in haste, their sanity fraying at the seams as whispers plagued their sleep. Harold Weber, the custodian of keys and secrets, bore the weight of suspicion with an unsettling calm, his facade cracking under Shaw's unyielding gaze. A hidden passage revealed a realm of shadows where an unseen predator had dwelled, feeding on fear and feeding on souls. Shaw's pursuit led to Weber's lair, a sterile domain tainted by his twisted obsessions. The recordings, the artifacts, the chilling journal entries painted a portrait of a man possessed by a malevolent bond with the building and its inhabitants. As the truth unfurled, a chilling certainty settled in Shaw's heart. Eleanor had been lured into the labyrinthine vents, her trust betrayed by the whispers that promised solace but delivered only despair. Weber's arrest brought a semblance of closure, but the echoes of his deeds reverberated through the building's very foundations. The trial was a harrowing testament to human darkness, where insanity clashed with meticulous malevolence. The verdict, swift and decisive, could not dispel the lingering shadows that haunted Shaw's dreams. Weber's parting words echoed in her mind, a chilling reminder of the whispers that lingered in the walls, a spectral chorus of the forgotten and the forsaken. Now the apartment building stands as a monument to its tainted past, a relic of whispered horrors that refuse to fade. New residents come and go, unaware of the silent watchers that dwell within the walls. The whispers persist, the drafts carry unseen voices, and the building's ancient bones groan and rattle in a macabre symphony of secrets. And in the stillness of the night, those who listen closely may hear the faint echoes of a spectral presence, a reminder that some nightmares never truly fade away. Story 21. Once upon a time, in a town veiled by the hush of secrets, there stood a house at the edge of the woods. It loomed solitary, its windows veiled in shadow, its porch bowed with the weight of time's burden. The townsfolk never spoke of it, as if by silencing their words they could erase its existence. No one laid claim to its ownership. No memory lingered of its creation. Yet when a band of wanderers strayed too near, they beheld a chilling sight, names etched into the wooden siding, carved deep like cryptic omens. At the end of the list, crisp and untouched by the hands of time, was a name unfamiliar to all but one. And when a tremulous voice whispered, "That's mine," a shiver danced through the gathering dusk. In the stillness of night, a call pierced the quiet. The dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing incident. The caller, Mason Wright, the intrepid leader of the wanderers who discovered his own name engraved upon the forsaken abode. The officers who responded anticipated nothing more than the antics of wayward youth, a mere dalliance in mischief, but what awaited them defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as twilight draped the forest in its dusky embrace. Her flashlight cleaved the darkness, casting light upon the weary faade of the dwelling. The names 27 in all trailed down the eastern wall like a mournful litany. Some had faded into obscurity, almost vanishing against the weathered wood. Others remained sharp, as if freshly hewn. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still redolent of sawdust scent. "I've never set foot here before," Mason declared, his exhalations coalescing into spectral clouds in the frigid air. "I cannot fathom how my name came to be upon this forsaken place." The inquiry commenced with scrutinizing the backgrounds of each named individual. The revelation sent a chill coursing through the veins of the detective cadre. Every appellation belonged to one who had vanished over the past 40 years. Some disappearances had grown cold with time. Others remained an active enigma. Yet a disconcerting commonality bound them all. Each had vanished while traversing these woods alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented the carvings, discerning nuances in depth, technique, and erosion. The eldest name, Rebecca Hansen, corresponded to a disappearance 3 and 7 years prior. The records chronicled a young woman who ventured into these very woods and was swallowed by the yawning maw of mystery. Search parties unearthed naught but a solitary hiking boot near a babbling brook. Detective Keller probed Mason's recollections with diligence. His account held steadfast. He bore no ties to this locale beyond the expedition with his 4 comrades. They had selected the trail by chance, guided by an online suggestion. No thread of his past wove him to the other names adorning the somber walls. The focus pivoted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's shutterbug, proffered snapshots from their journey. Upon perusal, analysts unearthed an unsettling specter, a nebulous figure lurking in the background of 3 distinct photographs. A specter akin to a svelte, towering man, perpetually veiled by the arboreal tapestry. "We encountered no soul but our own on the path," Emily maintained. "The memory would have been seared into our minds." The detective commanded a sweep of the domicile's interior. The edifice exuded an air of desolation, each surface cloaked in dust, furniture strewn asunder. Yet in the bowels of the basement, a grim tableau awaited the officers. The possessions of the vanished hikers lay arrayed upon wooden shelves in macabre order. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each bearing a name that matched those adorning the exterior wall. Technicians cataloged each item meticulously. In the stark glow of ultraviolet light, crimson splotches materialized upon the concrete, flooring a tapestry of years past, scrubbed in vain. Beneath the house's timbers lay no bodies, as the radar attested. Yet cadaver dogs signaled fervently at the rear of the property, where the forest embraced its thickest density. As the investigation burgeoned, Detective Keller noted a disquieting shift in Mason Wright's demeanor. He reported peculiar incidents, whispers on the night's breath, footprints in unsullied snow leading to his threshold but vanishing in retreat, specters observing from the dimlit street. An officer was assigned to safeguard him, yet his paranoia burgeoned unrelentingly. The breakthrough materialized with the unearthing of ancient land records from the county annals. The dwelling once belonged to a recluse named Victor Blackwood, a hunter of solitary pursuits. His shadow haunted the periphery of neighbors' memories, an enigmatic figure of towering emaciation who shunned discourse. Blackwood had vanished 15 years prior, his departure eluding official scrutiny. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller spearheaded an expedition into the encompassing forest. The search party unearthed a labyrinth of rudimentary hunting blinds strategically nestled along favored trails. Within one such blind, a journal lay ensconced, chronicling meticulous observations, insights into hikers, their trajectories, accoutrements, and rhythms. The script mirrored the scant documents attributed to Victor Blackwood. The entries metamorphosed from accounts of fauna to treatises upon humans, as quarry unveiling their patterns, frailties, and the methodology of their harvest. The final pages bore intricate details of stalking each name on the wall, including the elaborate process of selecting his prey. The manhunt for Blackwood surged across multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters, equipped with thermal optics, scoured the verdant expanse. Tactical squads combed every crevice and hollow, yet the specter of the suspect eluded their grasp. Mason Wright's phone fell silent. Officers dispatched to his abode discovered an unlocked portal and vacant chambers. Upon his bedroom wall, a fresh incision proclaimed, "The hunter becomes the hunted." The quest for Mason persisted fruitlessly for weeks. Then, amidst a secondary sweep of Blackwood's abode, forensic technicians unearthed a harrowing secret. Concealed behind a false partition in the basement, a workshop lay in repose, an arsenal of woodworking implements, vats of timber preservatives, and a freshly carved plank bearing a new name yet unmounted upon the external wall. The appellation was one that resonated profoundly with Detective Keller, an appellation that belonged to the chief forensic analyst who had surveyed the premises during the initial inquiry. This analyst had called in sick that fateful dawn, eluding all attempts at contact. Authorities erected a vigilant cordon around the dwelling. Cameras stood sentry, capturing each approach. Motion detectors lay in wait for any intrusion. The snare was set. 3 nights hence the sensors roused the sentries with a shrill alarm. Surveillance footage captured a figure materializing from the woods, a figure of implausible height and gauntness, moving with an eerie fluidity. The apparition strode unerringly toward the house, heedless of the vigilant gaze. As the tactical units closed in, the cameras faltered for a fleeting moment. Upon restoration, the figure had vanished into the ether. To this day, the house remains under perpetual surveillance. Mason Wright and the forensic analyst were never recovered. The quest endures, with fresh resources allocated as akin disappearances surface in far-flung woodlands. The names etched upon the wall have transcended into legend among law enforcers. Some dare not speak them aloud, others shun the case entirely. And the local wayfarers steer clear of the house, fearful that even a whisper of its existence may bind their names to that dread the roster of the unspoken names. Story 22. In the dim light of the dusty attic, Sarah Winters uncovered a box labeled Memories among her late mother's belongings. Within it lay a collection of faded Polaroid photographs, each capturing moments of joy and togetherness from her childhood. One photo, in particular, caught her eye, a snapshot from her 7th birthday party. Amidst the smiling faces and flickering candles, there was something unsettling. A shadowy figure loomed in the background, barely noticeable at first glance. As Sarah sifted through more photos, the figure became clearer, moving closer with each passing moment captured on film. In a state of unease, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers to the mystery that now haunted her. But his response only deepened the mystery, as he denied any knowledge of the unknown man in the photographs. Determined to unravel the truth, Sarah sought the help of Detective Marcus Reed. Together, they examined the eerie progression of the figure in the photos, his presence growing more ominous with each frame. Despite their efforts, no one could identify the mysterious man. His elusive nature confounded even the most advanced facial recognition technology, as if he existed only within the confines of the photographs. As the investigation unfolded, startling revelations emerged. The figure in the photos bore a striking resemblance to a long-missing maintenance worker named Robert Keller, who had once been linked to unsolved child abductions in the area. With each piece of evidence uncovered, a chilling pattern emerged. Keller had access to the rental properties where the family gatherings took place, properties that had been the backdrop for tragic disappearances over the years. Through painstaking detective work, the truth came to light. Keller had hidden in plain sight, his true nature obscured by shadows and secrets. The buried remains found near one of the properties confirmed the darkest suspicions. The figure in the photos had been a predator lurking in the background, unnoticed until now. As Sarah reflected on the revelations that had shattered the idea of her past, she understood the power of unseen threats, the hidden figures that move through life's celebrations undetected, leaving behind only traces in faded photographs. The box of memories now held a different significance, a testament to the twisted truths that lay beneath the surface of seemingly happy moments. And as Sarah closed the lid on the unsettling chapter that had unfolded, she knew that some mysteries were meant to remain buried in the shadows of time. Story 23. The aging library faced its fate, slated for destruction by the relentless march of progress. The work crew toiled tirelessly, nearing the end of their task when a serendipitous stumble revealed a hidden secret. A worker, his fingers brushing along the dusty bookshelf, felt a subtle click beneath his touch. With a faint creak, the entire shelf swung open, unveiling a concealed passage leading to a forgotten chamber. The air within hung heavy, a time capsule untouched for decades. In the barren room, devoid of furnishings save for a solitary chair firmly bolted to the floor, a chilling message marred the walls: "I am still here." The construction foreman wasted no time, swiftly contacting the authorities. What had started as a routine demolition swiftly spiraled into a realm of darkness and intrigue. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, entered the scene, his flashlight piercing the gloom like a beacon of truth. The haunting words etched on the walls loomed large in the dim light, a silent testament to a hidden horror. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded, his voice resonating in the confined space. "No one disturbs a thing until forensics arrives." The library's past whispered a tale of mystery and tragedy. Once owned by the influential Harrington family, the building had been gifted to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanished during her final year of college, leaving behind naught but an abandoned car near the woods, Rebecca's fate had remained a chilling enigma. Despite exhaustive searches and fruitless interviews, the truth eluded all but her grieving family, who harbored suspicions of a darker truth. As forensic experts combed through the hidden chamber, they unearthed clues shrouded in dust and shadows. Hair and fibers embedded in the chair, microscopic traces of blood and skin on the scratched walls, each fragment a piece of a sinister puzzle. The chair, with its weathered leather straps and bolt holes, hinted at a grim purpose to confine and subdue. Walsh delved into the Harrington family's past, a gnawing suspicion tugging at his mind. The timing of the library's donation following Rebecca's disappearance struck a dissonant chord. Further digging unearthed a disturbing connection. The contractor responsible for the hidden room's bookshelf had ties to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family's patriarch. Financial records painted a troubling picture of lavish payments for secretive renovations. Former library staff, bewildered by the revelations, shared their memories. One elderly librarian recalled Maxwell's solitary visits to the sealed-off section, his insistence on preserving its original state under the guise of historical significance. The investigation reached a chilling crescendo as DNA evidence linked the hidden chamber to Rebecca. She had not fled, she had been held captive, likely by one within her own kin. Armed with a warrant, detectives descended upon the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, a damning journal hidden in a false compartment unveiled a twisted obsession with his niece, a descent into madness culminating in her tragic demise. Confronted with incontrovertible evidence, Maxwell's veneer of innocence shattered. His once-denied crimes spilled forth in a chilling confession, illuminating the depths of his depravity. Rebecca's final moments, a desperate bid for freedom that ended in tragedy, were laid bare. Beneath the floorboards of the hidden room, Rebecca's remains lay in silent accusation, her silver bracelet a poignant reminder of a life cut short. Maxwell's sentence brought a modicum of closure, though the shadow of grief lingered over the Harrington family, their lives forever altered by the revelation of unspeakable horrors. The library, once slated for destruction, now stood as a somber memorial to a life lost and justice delayed. Flowers adorned its entrance, a silent tribute to a young soul whose voice, though silenced, had resounded through the ages with a haunting plea, "I am still here." And in the quiet reflection that followed, the truth emerged from the shadows, casting light on a dark chapter in the annals of a once prominent family. Story 24. The old house had stood quiet and empty for what felt like an eternity, its secrets buried within its walls. Whispers from the neighbors spoke of a young woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that echoed through the halls. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, they were met with a chilling mystery, the bedroom door stubbornly locked from the inside. With a creak and a groan, they forced it open, revealing a scene frozen in time. The air inside was heavy with neglect, a veil of dust hanging in the stillness. Despite the passage of years, the bed was immaculately made, the mirror gleaming with an unsettling clarity. A solitary candle stood as a silent sentinel on the desk, its wax a molten pool of forgotten dreams. And there, amidst the eerie stillness, lay a notebook open to a page freshly inked, like a message from the beyond. Detective Morgan delved into the journal's secrets, each page a thread in the tapestry of a life interrupted. The meticulous script belonged to Elise Winters, a name shrouded in mystery and sorrow. Her words danced across the paper in a dance of precision, until they faltered in the final entry, etched with a desperate plea for help. "I know he's watching me tonight," the ink whispered. "If something happens, know that it wasn't random." As the room was combed for clues, a faint scent lingered in the air, a hint of something chemical, something sinister. The landlord lingered in the shadows, haunted by the specter of the past. "We checked every inch of this place," he murmured, his voice a ghostly echo. "That door should not have been locked." Elise's life, once a tapestry of promise, now unfolded in shades of gray. Her work at Harriman and Associates had uncovered a web of deceit, a truth that threatened to shatter the facade of respectability. Colleagues spoke of her dedication, her unyielding pursuit of justice that had led her down a dark path. The pieces of the puzzle scattered in the stillness of the room offered no solace, no closure. Amidst the shadows, a revelation emerged, a hidden compartment beneath a loose floorboard, a key to a vault of secrets. The documents within unveiled a conspiracy that reached beyond the walls of the old house, a web of lies woven by powerful hands. The truth, long buried, clawed its way to the surface, demanding justice. The whispers of the past guided Detective Morgan to the heart of the darkness, where truth and deception intertwined. The hidden passages beneath the house revealed a path to the truth, a path obscured by shadows and deceit. Vincent Harriman's facade crumbled under the weight of evidence, his protestations falling on deaf ears. In the courtroom, the echoes of Elise's voice rang clear, a testament to her unyielding spirit. Her legacy, etched in ink and blood, found its voice in the hushed whispers of justice. The room where she made her final stand stood as a shrine to her sacrifice, a beacon of light in a sea of darkness. The house, once a silent witness to tragedy, now stood as a monument to the power of truth. Its walls whispered of a past laid bare, a legacy of courage and defiance. And as the sun set on the old house, casting long shadows across its facade, a sense of peace settled over the land, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, justice would prevail. Story 25. Renovations always hold secrets waiting to be unearthed. Dusty relics from the past, forgotten treasures, memories long faded. Sarah and Michael, entranced by the allure of a Victorian-era home, embarked on a journey of restoration, unaware of the mysteries lurking beneath the surface. Beneath the floorboards, hidden from sight, a letter lay in silence, a cryptic message folded with precision. The ink, faded with time, whispered a warning: don't trust the one who knocked. Before their minds could comprehend the significance, 3 sharp raps pierced through the stillness of the house, sending shivers down their spines. Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the obscure, arrived at the scene. The couple stood, the floorboards gaping, revealing a void beneath. With deft hands accustomed to the weight of truth, Reed retrieved the note, aware of the inevitable taint left by Sarah and Michael's touch. As the investigation unfolded, backgrounds were scrutinized, revealing nothing amiss about the couple. But the house, steeped in a history darker than anticipated, held secrets of its own. Once belonging to the enigmatic Hargrove family, the residence bore witness to years of solitude following the passing of its last inhabitant, Margaret Hargrove. Neighbors spoke of Margaret with fondness tinged with mystery, a recluse, yet kind-hearted with no enemies in sight. But the note, aged and worn, hinted at a different narrative, a tale of fear and caution that transcended time. Forensic analysis painted a picture of the past, dating the note back 2 decades. The handwriting, etched with desperation, hinted at a life overshadowed by dread. Franklin and Margaret Hargrove, partners in life, harbored a secret that had remained buried for years. Reed delved deeper, peeling back layers of history, uncovering fragments of a life long gone. Franklin, a respected teacher turned recluse, had succumbed to paranoia in his final days, haunted by a shadow that lurked just beyond reach. The breakthrough emerged from the whispers of Margaret's sister, a frail voice from the past revealing truths long suppressed. Franklin's debts, a pact with a shadowy figure known only as the Collector, had sealed their fate with 3 ominous knocks that echoed through the night. With each revelation, the shadows of the past grew darker. Forensic teams unearthed the remains of Victor Mercer, a ghost from the past, silenced by the hands of fear and desperation. Margaret's diaries, a testament to her anguish, painted a portrait of a life ensnared by secrets too heavy to bear. Justice, though delayed, found its way to the light. The truth, a mosaic of betrayal and tragedy, was pieced together through the remnants of a life left untold. Sarah and Michael, haunted by the echoes of the past, chose to part ways with the house, leaving its halls to whisper tales of bygone days. And yet the house stood silent, a sentinel of secrets waiting to be discovered. Whispers in the night spoke of phantom knocks, a reminder of the past that refused to fade. Detective Reed, in her final report, pondered the enigma that lingered, a mystery woven into the very fabric of the house. In the stillness of the night, as shadows danced along the walls, the note remained a silent witness to the secrets buried within. Don't trust the one who knocked, its words a haunting refrain, a reminder that some mysteries defy the passage of time, lingering in the depths of memory, waiting to be unraveled. Story 26, nestled within the heart of the small cottage, a secret lay hidden beneath the unsuspecting floorboards. When Sarah Coleman's foot nudged a loose plank, a subtle shift awakened a dormant mystery. Intrigued, she knelt down, her fingers tracing the edges of the displaced board, sensing the concealed void below. The floor, once thought solid, now whispered of hidden truths waiting to be unveiled. With cautious determination, Sarah lifted the boards, unveiling a shadowy, narrow abyss beneath the foundation of her new abode. At first glance, the darkness revealed nothing but layers of dust and tangled cobwebs. Yet as her eyes adjusted to the dim light, shapes emerged from the shadows: a mattress, a chair, and in the far corner, a weathered notebook adorned with pages inked with a single name, her own name, repeated endlessly. Detective Morgan Reed stood beside Sarah, observing the scene unfolding before them. The flicker of fear in Sarah's gaze transcended mere surprise. It spoke of a deeper violation, a disruption of the sanctuary she had sought within these walls. "Do not disturb anything further." Detective Reed's voice carried a soothing authority as she illuminated the hidden chamber with her flashlight, revealing walls adorned with a haunting collection of surveillance photographs capturing Sarah's every move. The eerie shrine of obsession, meticulously arranged beneath her feet, hinted at a sinister presence that had lingered unnoticed. The cottage, purchased from the estate of the reclusive Walter Green, held secrets unbeknownst to Sarah and the world outside its quaint exterior. The estate's sale had unfolded without a whisper of the hidden depths within the property, leaving Sarah to uncover the chilling reality beneath her very floorboards. "I never met him, the previous owner." Sarah's voice trembled with disbelief. "The neighbors spoke of him as a recluse. I was told the basement access had long been sealed off. The inspections never hinted at this hidden chamber." As the crime scene investigators descended upon the cottage, their purpose clear, the truth began to unravel in chilling clarity. Forensic examinations unveiled a haunting timeline of obsession. Walter Green, in his solitude, had fixated upon Sarah for years preceding his demise. His clandestine surveillance, unnoticed by his unwitting subject, painted a portrait of obsession that had festered in silence, waiting to unfurl its dark intentions. As the investigation delved deeper, Detective Reed's inquiries led to an unexpected revelation. A former colleague of Walter's, haunted by the echoes of his confessions. He spoke of her often, the man confessed, his gaze troubled. He believed she belonged to him in some twisted way. I brushed it off as harmless ramblings until now. A key discovered within Walter's belongings unlocked a storage unit, revealing a chilling replica of Sarah's former life, a meticulously recreated facsimile of her apartment, complete with eerie details that mirrored her existence. A calendar marked with a foreboding date hinted at a future Walter had envisioned, a future that Sarah had narrowly escaped. The shadows of Walter's past loomed large, revealing a history marred by obsession and delusion. His fixation on Sarah, born from a lifetime of untreated mental illness, had blossomed into a dangerous fantasy that had nearly claimed an unsuspecting victim. As Sarah bid farewell to the cottage tainted by unseen horrors, she found solace in a fresh start far from the shadows of the past. Detective Reed, a silent guardian, watched over her from a distance, a silent sentinel against the specter of what could have been. The cottage, now passed on to new hands, stood as a silent witness to the unseen dangers that lurked beneath the surface of ordinary lives. The hidden chamber, sealed and forgotten, whispered of a darkness that had been vanquished but not forgotten, a reminder that sometimes the greatest threats lie hidden in plain sight, waiting to be revealed in the stillness of the night. Story 27. The apartment lay silent and empty for months, a hushed witness to secrets untold. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, their expectations were tempered dust, perhaps a forgotten chair or two. But one door stood resolute, refusing to yield to their gentle persuasion. It was a closet, shrouded in mystery, locked from within. With a final, determined push, the landlord breached the barrier, revealing not mere coats or trinkets, but a haunting discovery. The walls bore witness to a silent struggle, etched with deep, jagged lines of desperation clawed into the wood. And nestled in the shadowed corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen aglow with a single, unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition, felt a chill dance down her spine as she surveyed the scene. It wasn't the absence of blood or violence that unsettled her, but the silent screams etched into the wooden canvas the tale of someone trapped, fighting against the darkness. Summon forensics at once, she directed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the haunting marks with his camera, and gather the records of those who dwelled here before. The message on the phone whispered cryptically, "I know what you did." The landlord, a man of jittery nerves and evasive eyes, spoke of the previous tenant, a ghost who vanished without a trace, leaving unpaid dues behind. A quiet young woman kept to herself, left 6 moons ago. His voice wavered, skirting the haunted closet. No trouble stirred. Forensic analysis unveiled a macabre truth. Within the scratches, traces of blood intertwined with the marks, most belonging to a single soul. The missing Emma Caldwell, aged 28, reported absent from her daily life. Yet amidst the familiar DNA, 2 distinct samples emerged, one unclaimed by any database, the other belonging to a man long declared deceased. "This cannot be real," Shaw murmured, her gaze fixed upon the damning evidence. Derek Mercer, a convicted assailant supposedly lost in a tragic accident, now left his imprint on the walls of Emma's sanctuary. Emma's dwelling told a tale of unfinished existence, letters piled in neglect, a solitary mug awaiting a touch, a bed forever untouched. Her phone record sang a melody of connection abruptly severed, punctuated by a flurry of calls from an enigmatic number preceding her vanishing act. Her sister spoke of an unnamed lover, Officer Reed relayed, a shadow of intensity and solitude. Surveillance footage painted a nocturnal tableau, a mysterious figure shadowing Emma's steps, cloaked in darkness and anonymity. The elusive truth unraveled as Shaw delved deeper, connecting threads of fate and despair. Lynette Porter's vanishing 3 winters prior intertwined with Emma's plight, a spectral presence haunting the edges of their shared tragedy. Mercer's ominous presence cast a sinister shadow, his family's property harboring secrets of captivity and torment. Behind bolted doors, Lynette's frail form emerged, a survivor of Mercer's twisted games, echoing Emma's harrowing ordeal. "He forced me to witness," Lynette whispered, her eyes vacant, bearing witness to the darkness that consumed them. Journals chronicling Mercer's obsession, photographs of potential victims, and damning recordings painted a portrait of a malevolent puppeteer, reveling in the agony of his captives. The manhunt spanned miles, a relentless pursuit of a predator who thrived on fear and control. Upon Mercer's capture, his facade of calm belied a storm of malevolence brewing beneath the surface. "She penned that message herself," he claimed, his words laced with malice. She yearned for discovery, but redemption eluded her grasp. The trial unveiled a tapestry of deception, Mercer's elaborate charade of death, his twisted game of cat and mouse spanning years of hidden atrocities. As the gavel fell, sealing Mercer's fate with a life sentence, a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes, a private symphony of madness. Lynette Porter, a beacon of resilience, stood tall in the courtroom, her voice ringing with defiance. "He ensnared us in shadows, but I choose the light," her words echoed through the chamber, a testament to strength reclaimed. The investigation's legacy reverberated through departmental reforms, a testament to the resilience born from darkness. Detective Shaw, keeper of Emma's silent chamber, bore witness to the unspoken horrors that lingered within, a reminder that sometimes the most haunting tales are etched not in blood, but in the silent cries of those who fought to be heard in the shadows of the night.